It was going to be demolished, but instead we moved it to series, and now people can visit and find out how to make their lives more sustainably. So recently we renovated the Eco House to be fully electrical. By being entirely electrical, we can power our whole house with solar power and other forms of renewable power. We've installed heat pumps for heating and cooling. We've got a lot of really good insulation and a new electric car. We've got really good seals around all the doors and windows, rainwater collection for our garden, a battery to store solar power. If you don't have the capacity to install solar yourself, like you're a renter or you don't have the right kind of roof space, you can still be renewably powered. All you have to do is make sure that when you buy electricity from your power company, that you're buying renewable electricity.
Moorlanders, we know you've had enough of dump rubbish. It's messy, disruptive, unsafe, and it's illegal. Yes, dumping rubbish is illegal. Last year it cost Moreland more than $1 million to pick up illegally dumped rubbish. We're using up your money and our resources every time we pick up this garbage. It's the duty of every good citizen of Moreland to report rubbish dumpers. Let us know if you see anything suspicious. Send us a photo, a registration number, or a physical description of the villain. Every small piece of information can contribute to bringing justice to our city. And as for the dumpers, know this. With the help of our community, we will find you and we will prosecute you.
The community services in Glenroy are overstretched. My sleepy little town just became a city overnight, so that's frightening.
Money rains from the sky above, but keep the change 'cause I got enough.
My husband and I have lived here for 16 years and raised 2 children here. Started with the health and community nurse. Been associated with the Glenroy Football Club since Reggie was little. The Glenroy Library has been a big part of my life. I've been there since Jimmy was little. You know, he'd go for the singing songs. Unbelievably, I did have some success in Europe after being a singer here in Australia for probably 30 years. The song that I'd sung on 9 years ago was remixed by a French boy. It went #1 all over the world. I like Glenroy. I have everything I need here. I'm 7 minutes from the airport. The city's right there. I've got a park around the corner. I love the people at the bakery. It's a lovely community and I'm happy here. So in 5 years, the population of Glenroy is set to increase by 10%. I'm already feeling the effects of that increase. When I first moved here, there was 4 houses across the road, but now there's 17 units. There's so many families here that I've never seen, I've never met, and it would be nice if we saw each other at a community hub. That would be a lovely thing.
My name's Alex and I'm the owner of Handsome Her Cafe here in Brunswick Moorland. We wanted to first and foremost have a cafe that was going to centre women and other marginalised groups. We have a few house rules. Women have priority seating. The second one is that men are asked if they would like to pay a premium, which at the moment is 15%, which is reflective of the gender pay gap, and that is always donated to a women's charity. We want to try and reduce our waste as much as possible, so when customers come in and want to get a takeaway, they can borrow one of the mugs off the emergency mug box. It's really a place for people in the community to come together, to talk to each other and to spur some action. I'm so passionate about the community in Moorland. I believe that real change happens at the grassroots level and at the local level. For these Moorland Awards, I encourage you to nominate inspirational women in the community. We all know incredible women who are doing great things, and it's time to bring them into the limelight.
Hi everyone, I'm Councillor Natalie Aboud, the Mayor of the City of Moorland. I've lived in Moorland for the last 13 years or so. I'm raising 3 little boys with my husband and spend a lot of time outdoors in the local parklands. I've always been someone who's had a great interest about what's going on around me. So it sort of was a natural thing for me to put my hand up and run for council. I love the fact that you can get so heavily involved in community projects and there's lots of really active people in the community. I really love the diversity of this city. I find it fascinating that you can be alongside the creek and feel like you could be anywhere from Warrandyte to the Otways. But then you can be in a boutique looking at locally designed clothes or eating some incredible food from pretty much anywhere in the world. I'm really looking forward to developing easier ways for people to get across the city. We really need to make sure that we keep a handle on the way we manage growth, development, transport or waste. We need to make sure that life in the city gets better for the people who live here, and I do feel like it has been. We need to keep a handle on what's happening and make sure needs are being met.
I'm Jan, I live in Brunswick East, and I've used Positive Charge to help me find someone to draft-proof my house. Positive Charge have been fantastic. They put me in touch with the company. I asked them to do initially the doors. Later I got them to come back and do the caulking of every gap in the house. I think it's really important to have draft-proofing done because it's one of the major ways that we lose heat from houses. I save on my gas heating, so that benefits me financially, and it's much more comfortable not having any drafts in the house. I would definitely recommend others getting it done, and in fact both of my daughters have had it done through Positive Charge at their houses, and they're very happy with it.
So the Eco House was a normal suburban house. It was going to be demolished, but instead we moved it to series, and now people can visit and find out how to make their lives more sustainably. So recently we renovated the Eco House to be fully electrical. By being entirely electrical, we can power our whole house with solar power and other forms of renewable power. We've installed heat pumps for heating and cooling. We've got a lot of really good insulation and a new electric car. We've got really good seals around all the doors and windows, rainwater collection for our garden, a battery to store solar power. If you don't have the capacity to install solar yourself, like you're a renter or you don't have the right kind of roof space, you can still be renewably powered. All you have to do is make sure that when you buy electricity from your power company, that you're buying renewable electricity.
Moorlanders, we know you've had enough of dump rubbish. It's messy, disruptive, unsafe, and it's illegal. Yes, dumping rubbish is illegal. Last year it cost more than $1 million to pick up illegally dumped rubbish. We're using up your money and our resources every time we pick up this garbage. It's the duty of every good citizen of Moorland to report rubbish dumpers. Let us know if you see anything suspicious. Send us a photo, a registration number, or a physical description of the villain. Every small piece of information can contribute to bringing justice to our city. And as for the dumpers, know this. With the help of our community, we will find you and we will prosecute you.
The community services in Glenroy are overstretched. My sleepy little town just became a city overnight, so that's frightening.
Money rains from the sky above, but keep the
Streaming tonight's meeting. My name is Councillor Natalie Abood and I'm the Mayor of Moorland City Council, and it's my pleasure to welcome you to tonight's council meeting. Our meeting is being held on the traditional lands of the Wurundjeri, and I acknowledge them as the traditional owners. I also pay my respects to elders past, present and emerging, and the elders from other communities who may be here today. I acknowledge the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people never ceded sovereignty of their lands and have continuously cared for their country for over 60,000 years as the world's oldest living culture. Members of the gallery, please note that this council meeting is being recorded and web streamed live to council's website and Facebook. This recording will also be available as video on demand. Gallery attendees are advised that they will be recorded during the meeting. Councillors, a reminder that in line with the adopted councillor conduct principles as outlined in the Councillor Code of Conduct, councillors should ensure that they conduct themselves in the meeting with integrity, impartiality, exercise their responsibilities in the interest of the local community and not improperly seek to confer or advantage any person. This behaviour will support principles for leadership and good governance that secures public confidence in the office of council. I'd like to introduce the other councillors in attendance tonight. Councillor Sue Bolton. Fine. Councillor Anna-Olivia Carley-Hannon. Councillor Helen Davidson.
Hello.
Councillor Jess Dorney.
Hi.
The Deputy Mayor, Councillor Mark Riley. Councillor Alia Farnley. Councillor John Kavanagh.
Good evening.
Councillor Dale Martin. And Councillor Tapanos.
Good evening.
Sorry, Councillor Lambros Tapanos. The officers in attendance tonight are, to my left, the Chief Executive Officer, Narina Di Lorenzo, Director of Community Development, Arden Joseph, the Director of City Infrastructure, Grant Thorne, the Acting Director of City Futures, Philip Priest, the Director of Business Transformation, Sue Vujovic, the Director of Engagements and Partnerships, Joseph Tobacco, Unit Manager of Governance, Sally Curran, the Manager of Corporate Governance, Jodie Watson, and other council officers who are with us today. Councillors, are there any apologies from fellow councillors for tonight's meeting?
I think we probably need an apology from Councillor Yildiz because his leave of absence was to the 5th. So
Thank you,
I think
Councillor
I might move
Cavanagh.
that.
Thank you. Do I need to vote on
I'm
that?
happy to move that
And so,
apology.
all those in favour? Against?
Second.
Declare that carried.
Okay.
There are 3 leave of absence requests to consider. Councillor Yildiz has requested an extension of his approved leave of absence that concluded on the 5th of December until the 17th of December 2018. I'm seeking leave from the 23rd of December 2018 to the 20th of January 2019. And Councillor Martin is seeking leave from 14th of January 2019 to the 11th of February 2019. Could I have a motion to approve the leave of absence request as outlined? Councillor Martin and seconder, Councillor Kavanagh. Sorry, Councillor Riley and Councillor Kavanagh. Is there any debate on this item? No debate. I'll put that to the vote. All those in favour? Against? I declare that carried. I'll now move on to the disclosure of interests and conflict of interests. Councillors, are there any interests or conflicts of interest to declare? No? There are no conflicts of interest to declare, so I'll move on to the confirmation of the minutes of the last council meeting. Councillors, could I please have a motion for the adoption of the minutes of the meeting held on 14th of November 2018? Councillor Farnley, do I have a seconder? Councillor Dorney, is there any debate on this item? No debate, nothing to mention. I'll put that to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Declare that carried. Now that we've confirmed the minutes and we don't have any special committees, we will move on to petitions. Councillors, we have received a petition, PET 1818, playground upgrade at Jacobs Reserve, Brunswick West. Do I have a mover for the petition to be received? Councillor Riley, and seconded by Councillor Bolton. All those in favour? Against? Declare that carried. Councillors, do you have any petitions? Well, yes, I do. So, Councillor Davidson, I have. You'd like to present your petition, traffic management in Glenroy and Hadfield?
Yes, I would. Thank you, Mayor. There are 15 signatures on here, and due to the Christmas season commencing, there were going to be more, but the resident Claire wanted to present this now to us.
Can I have someone to second Councillor Kavanagh? Is there any other debate on this item? No. So I'll just declare all those in favour of accepting the petition. Against? Declare that carried.
Sorry, thanks.
Thank you. Are there any petitions to be tabled by the gallery? Thank you. Feel free to come forward. Just come forward to the lectern briefly to speak to the petition, and then I'll ask for a motion for the petition to be received. So I believe the first petition is the in relation to Annie Borat Close, planting and shade trees, Kate Horton. Yeah. Sorry, we'll get to you. Thanks, Kate.
Thank you. I'm a resident of Annie Borat Close. I have a petition with 4 other residents to review and possibly redevelop the planting areas on Annie Borat Close to allow the planting of shade trees to replace trees that have been removed by council.
Thank you. Do I have a mover for the petition to be received? Councillor Bolton, and a seconder, Councillor Riley. Is there any other further debate on this item? Okay. I'll put that to the vote. All those in favour? Against, declare that carried. Thank you. If you just want to maybe just bring it forward and we can. Would you like to bring your petition forward as well?
Good evening, councillors and members of the gallery. My name is Damien Christakis. I will be handing in a petition with over 250 signatures, which is in support of the motion D18/451148, titled Clifton Park Protective Fencing by Councillor Tapanos. I started the petition titled to petition the Moreland City Council to build a tall fence behind each set of goalposts at Clifton Park 3 weeks ago after finishing my Year 12 exams. And after 3 weeks, I'm proud to say that I've spoken to many signatories and residents who are in support of improving Clifton Park to make it a safer and better park for all users. More information is in the pamphlet. Thank you.
Thank you. Do I have Councillor and someone to second? Councillor Riley? Councillor Tapanos? Sorry. All those in favour of the petition being received? Against? Declare that carried. And was there another petition? Thank you.
Evening. So I have a letter that I'm told I can table as a petition. It has 14 signatures on it. So it's regarding, the council is already aware of the issue. I believe it's on the agenda for the meeting tonight. The chronic and dangerous flooding in and around Saxon Streets and Saxon and Michael Streets in Brunswick. Since I was last here, the street has flooded again. We've received a flood warning for tomorrow. In fact, a more severe flood warning than the one that was issued for Melbourne Cup Day, where the entire area flooded, including building, and the elderly gentleman fell down the stormwater drain. So obviously we're a bit nervous, but I'll just leave it. The letter outlines our interactions with council for the last month and some issues we'd like council to consider while they're developing a plan to address the flooding, and a number of the residents are here. Well, the letter is from the letter's signed by a number of the businesses, landowners, and residents, and the representatives of the owners' corporations of 3 apartment buildings in that area.
Thank you. Can I have a Councillor Tapanos, Councillor Riley? All those in favour? Against? Declare that carried. Feel free to bring that forward. Thank you very much. Are there any other further petitions to be presented to the council? No? So I'll now move to public question time. This is an opportunity for 30 minutes for people to raise questions with councillors. I'll outline the process. Please note that if your question relates to a matter on any of the reports, this is the time to raise that question with us. Questions can also be submitted online prior to the meeting. A maximum of 2 questions is allowed per person, and questions that relate to a matter listed on the agenda will be dealt with first. When I invite you or your representative, you must ask the question without taking longer than 2 minutes. I'll ring a bell, except I don't have a bell, so I'll just probably say something, at 1 minute and 45 seconds, which means that you have about 15 seconds to complete the question. If you've submitted a second question, it may, at my discretion, be deferred until all other persons who've submitted questions have asked their first question or not be asked if the time allotted for public question time has expired. A maximum of 3 questions will be heard on any one subject, and we will proceed on to the next topic, and if time allows, return to the previous topic. Either myself or another councillor will answer your question, or I will ask the Chief Executive Officer to either provide a response or refer it to another council officer. As detailed in Meeting Procedure Local Law Section 3517, as chairperson I have the right to disallow certain questions. It is defamatory, if it is defamatory, indecent, abusive, offensive, irrelevant, trivial or objectionable in language or substance. If a response to your question is provided at tonight's meeting, there will be no further formal response. However, Council will action any commitments made in answering the question. Question time can only be extended for one 30-minute period and only for the purpose of responding to questions that are related to matters listed on this evening's agenda. If your question cannot be answered, it will be taken on notice and responded to between now and the next Council meeting and reported in the Governance Report. We have 30 minutes and I want to make sure that we hear all of the questions, so I request that councillors who answer address each question succinctly, and I will be commencing question time at 7:10. Yep. So I have questions from Therese Rush and Louise Scanlon, both relating to East Brunswick Village. If you'd like to come forward and ask your questions.
They're just waiting on a copy to be supplied.
Yep.
And then so you want a copy of their own questions?
Do you want to borrow one of these? Yeah.
Yep, okay. I'm Louise Scanlon. I live in Rupert Street in Brunswick East, just near the new East Brunswick Village. Can you please clarify why no residents to the east of Nicholson Street have been engaged in any consultation on impacts of the East Brunswick Village development to date? Will you commit to ensuring their needs are prioritised in the coming process?
Yeah, sure. So I've already lost you. I know you're Louise, but the second question, Therese, if you would come forward and ask the second question and we can answer them together. Sorry. Therese.
I'm Therese Rush and I live at 54 Nicholson Street, Brunswick East. Given the massive volume of new traffic movements estimated to be generated by the East Brunswick Village, roughly 20,000 vehicles a day, and to pass through the proposed Sumner Street intersection, 7,000 vehicle movements, how does Council propose to avoid massive volumes of cars using Sumner, Knoll, Piers and Rupert Street to access East Brunswick Village, avoid traffic lights and congestion and cut dangerous rat runs through these residential streets past a kinder and a church? Thank you.
Thank you, Therese. And Louise, I'll just pass now to the Acting Director of City Futures, Philip Priest, to answer the question, please.
Thank you, and through the Chair. In terms of the history of the East Brunswick Village site, this is a very large redevelopment site, as the community would be aware and councillors would be aware, that introduces a new neighbourhood activity centre into the area of Lygon Street. It's had a long history. It was originally approved through a planning scheme amendment process that went through a full public consultation process, resulted in a panel hearing to hear public submissions at that time, and that process dealt with the intersection design at Sumner and Nicholson Street. There have then been subsequent planning processes to approve a development plan that also went through a public consultation process, also went through VCAT hearings at that time. I also note that on tonight's agenda there is an item, or there is a motion before Council in relation to this matter.
Thank you. So I'll just ask Rod and Kathy Wilson, Anthony Rush and Justin Davies to come and get ready to ask. Do you need copies of... Oh.
No, I don't.
Sorry, Councillor Bolton.
Question, there's an element which wasn't responded to through the mayor to the director. One of the questions specifically was asking about the consultation on the east side of Nicholson Street. Was that area consulted? Are you aware, or?
Thank you. Through the Chair, it's my understanding that I can't provide details tonight in relation to the extent of public consultation, but I could advise that that process went through, or the process of approving the development, including the intersection design, did go through a process in accordance with planning legislation, and then did go to an independent panel which considered all submissions and reviewed the process that was undertaken. In terms of going back to 2012, 2013, the extent of notice, etc., I don't have that material on hand tonight, Councillor.
Could that be provided to the residents following on from the meeting?
Yep, certainly could be. If happy to take any calls tomorrow and provide some clarification. Thank you.
Great, thank you.
My name's Justin Davies. I'm a 17-year resident of Sumner Street, and thank you to Councillor Lambros-Tapanos who got this onto the agenda for tonight as well, so appreciate that. I also want to state that we're actually not against the development at all, the residents of this pocket. It's just about traffic management for us. Yeah, we're excited. We know that it's a big two football field size hole in the ground at the moment, and it's going to be filled. And we're excited about what will be there, but we are concerned about the impact. So, my question is: given the transport impact statement for East Brunswick Village development references data from a report conducted 8 years ago, that was in 2011, and given that both the local traffic context and the scale of the development has changed significantly since then, are there any estimates? Vehicle movements a day, volume of traffic, trip delays on Nicholson Street, etc. Are they accurate? And will you commission an independent study to determine unbiased and accurate estimates using current data?
Great. Do you want me to hear the other two questions relating, or we might just answer that, get an answer for you, I should say, if you want to hang around. Is that you as well?
Thank you, and through the Chair. In terms of the accuracy, the intersection design was approved some years ago and was, as stated earlier, did go through the scrutiny of a expert panel process. And so at the time that decision was made to approve that intersection, the data, etc., was accurate. At that time, you can assume.
There's another matter that impacts. Can I ask a second question? Is that okay?
Yep.
It's related to this.
That's fine.
There was a plan released in 2015 for an agreement regarding a super stop location at the end of Sumner Street. And our recent advice from PTV is that that is no longer there. It has moved. We're not exactly sure of the location of that. But with that super stop having, being positioned there in 2015, it would have made it impossible to have through traffic into Sumner Street, which is now obviously what the plan is.
So are you asking if we know whether that's
Yes.
still where that's located? Do we have that information?
Through the Mayor, the current proposal on Nicholson Street for the easy access stops, there's one, I'll say southbound, just north of Glen Lyon Road, and northbound at just south of Glen Lyon Road. And then there's another one further north, just north of Albert Street, and they're directly opposite each other.
Right.
Thank you, Justin.
Thank you.
I'll get Rod and Kathy Wilson to come forward and present your question. Thank you, Rod.
Thank you, Chair. Rod Wilson's my name, on behalf of myself and Kathy. We live in 7 Knowles Street, Brunswick East, right opposite the East Brunswick Kindergarten, which to us, of course, is a major factor in this question. We would like to ask, will the Council work with Vic Roads and the Public Transport Victoria, continue to work with them, to ensure that the East Brunswick Village developers do not progress with the construction of whatever it is at Sumner Street and Nicholson Street? We believe lights at this stage. So we would ask that they do not progress construction of that intersection while the issues remain unresolved.
Yep. One. Councillor Tapanos?
Thank you. There is a proposed motion in tonight's agenda that seeks to do just that, to write to them and say to not progress any works until Council has made a decision in the interest of the local community.
Excellent. Thank you, Councillor.
Thank
That's
you,
fine.
Rod.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anthony Rush? Thanks, Anthony.
Thank you. I'm Anthony Rush, a resident of East Brunswick on the corner of Sumner and Nicholson Street. My question's almost similar to Justin's second question about the tram super stop. Why is Council failing to deliver to the plans in the Brunswick Integrated Transport Strategy endorsed by Council in 2015, which shows a super tram stop at Sumner Street? Why is the tram stop no longer located here, at the most convenient spot for the public transport users to facilitate to the thousands of new residents and shoppers who will use the East Brunswick Village? What data underpins this change, and how does this align with Council's commitment to encourage public transport?
Thank you, Anthony.
Thank you.
Thank you. Again, through the Mayor, the answer might be somewhat repetitive, but the further context I can add is that the Nicholson Street itself is a major road, and so Vic Roads are the roads authority responsible for traffic movements in Nicholson Street. The approval of the East Brunswick Village development and the approval of that intersection design, which has resulted in changes to those tram stops, was done in full consultation with Vic Roads and Public Transport Victoria in coming up with an alternative design that has now been approved through that process.
Thank you.
May I just ask a quick second question, very quickly? Just, you did say from Councillor's request that you will supply when residents were informed of the proposed traffic light intersection at Sumner Street years ago, yeah?
Yep.
Thank you. Because
Yep, we'll get
none of
that
us
to you.
know.
Yep, we'll get that to you. Thanks, Anthony. Now I've got Stephen Weir and also Michelle with similar questions that are in relation to the Michael and Saxon Street situation with flooding. Stephen?
Good evening, Council. I'm a resident of Michael Street in Brunswick. I think you're all very much aware now of the issues that we've been encountering around severe and dangerous floods. The most recent one, of course, that you knew about was on Cup Day. We've had one in the street since, as my neighbour Tony has said. We're bracing tomorrow for what the Age have called a zombie cyclone. And so the neighbourhood and our neighbours are basically bracing for something terrible tomorrow. We'll be sandbagging, as usual, and trying our best to protect our properties. I want to take a moment to acknowledge and appreciate the initial work that's been done by Council in the last couple of months, especially Marissa Moroli and her team. I'm really grateful for her help in navigating this process. My quick questions tonight are, I just want to ask that Council are investigating multiple engineering solutions to this issue, not just one or two. As we've experienced, it's something quite significant that we're dealing with. And the second question is, should Council be working with Melbourne Water and other agencies to investigate changes to the planning scheme to include a flood overlay for the site to protect future residents, as you're aware that the apartment buildings in this particular precinct are suffering because that wasn't something that was considered a long time ago. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephen. Grant, would you like to just ask Grant Thorne to respond to your question?
Thank you for the question, Stephen. Through the Mayor, as outlined at our meeting 2 or 3 weeks ago now, Council is looking at an extra drain to help drain that area. But as part of the survey and the detailed design, we will be looking at, are there any other works that we can do to alleviate the issue? As has been identified, it is alleviate, not necessarily remove at this stage. In relation to the working with other agencies, Melbourne Water, etc., there's a notice of motion later on in tonight's agenda which considers the issue of overlays, etc., within the area. So we'll leave the debate till then.
Thank you, Grant. I'd just like to also add that Marissa's in the building and has reported that the team have had cameras down all the drains and they know the drains are clear and where it's just that, I guess. Michelle, if you're here, would you like to come forward and ask your question? Is that Michelle? Maybe I can't read properly. Oh, Michaela? Oh, outside. Sorry, we can't hear. Won't be a second. Are you able to come into the chamber? Thank you. Michaela.
I do not like doing this at all.
Sorry. Is it Michaela?
Michelle.
Michelle, it is Michelle.
I'm from Michael Street and I'm also upset about the floods. That's why I'm here. Hence, I'm nervous. But I just want to know what's going to be done. I know that the council's looking at the drains, but why one drain? I mean, it needs Saxon Street and Michael Street are flooding. And I think prior to approval, you should have looked at that before it was approved. There's other apartments that have been approved and the situation hasn't approved at all. So I can't believe other apartments have been approved, I think 2 or 3, and there's still flooding in Michael Street. And we're always distressed. Every time there's a heavy rainfall, we worry about our apartments. We can't get in, we can't go up and down the lift. There's a guy on a wheelchair and he can't get out. He was stranded for 3 days. And yeah.
Thank you, Michelle.
Yeah.
Thanks, Grant. I think the question is why were they, yeah.
Thank you for the question, Michelle. Through the Mayor, the issue of the approval of the buildings, in particular the Otto apartments at the time, there is no flood overlay that covers that area, so there was no requirement to set a flood level. And that's been discussed with the representatives at previous meetings. As I said earlier, there's a notice of motion later in tonight's agenda about looking forward, about possibly looking at putting a flood overlay through that area. Council itself last financial year has undertaken some flood analysis across the whole municipality, which includes obviously Michael Street area. We're now doing the work to see what physical works we can do to remove those flood areas that are identified in that flood modelling. And then we can consider whether an overlay is provided for those areas that cannot be solved by physical works.
Thank you, Grant. I'll just ask Nick Dolby to come forward. And you have a question about Bonwick Street?
Yes. Nick Dolby, West Brunswick. Bonwick Street, Faulkner. It's a wonderful shopping precinct and I congratulate the council on the improvements, the pedestrianisation, the activation of Bonwick Street. But should not these improvements, this pedestrianisation and activation also extend, in fact, to Duke's Road. Duke's Road, where there are shops and, in fact, doctors' surgeries and so on across the road. Duke's Road, where traffic calming measures would be a good thing. Duke's Road, which leads up to the Civic Centre, where the swimming pool, where the library, where the soccer pitches, and where John Pascoe Faulkner High School is. Should not those improvements for Bonwick Street, a lovely shopping centre, Pasticceria Padova, love it, it's one of the best in Melbourne, go to it. But yeah, shouldn't they be extended up to the Civic Centre? That's what I say.
I think I'll take this one, if you don't mind, Nick. Ultimately, the short answer is money. Couldn't agree more. That's why the extra lanes have been included in the redevelopment of the shopping centre. And I'm sure that by the time we do get to do the area around the leisure centre and the library and Duke's Road, that will be a whole nother big project. And I'm looking forward to Faulkner finally getting what it's been missing out on for quite a long time, and I'd like to credit Councillor Finley for pushing that envelope hard and the rest of us North East Ward councillors for getting on board. So I hope you can look forward to the report coming in about Bonwick Street and the shopping centre and what's planned for up there. Thanks for the question. Former Mayor Higginbotham, would you like to present for your question?
Thanks very much, Mayor. And to all councillors, I'd like to thank you on behalf of the community for the work that you've done this year. I mean, it's greatly appreciated. We know how much work and time and effort you've put in to do this. I refer to the one that's got on the draft policy to do with community use of council-managed venues. First of all, it states that all previous users have been notified or consulted in relation to this particular policy. The Brunswick Beethoven Festival, which has been a previous user in the past, was certainly not consulted. That's one point. The second point relates to page 69. It relates to community venue hire categories. You've got Category A, you've got Category C. Category A talks in terms not-for-profit groups, organisations or community agencies that charge a fee for entry, participation, service or purchase would be included as part of private/commercial/religious worship. Well, then you go into Category C, talks about not-for-profit or voluntary community groups. Receive minimal or no funding to run group activities or programs, includes groups deemed to be providing services and activities to the local community, such as sporting and hobby clubs, cultural, seniors and social clubs. As you councillors are aware, the Brunswick Beethoven Festival has been running in this city for next year will be its 13th year. It provides cultural activities to this community, but we do charge for people to enter because we simply can't pay the performers unless we actually charge.
That's me on the bell.
Okay, so I just bring that to your attention that community groups such as ours, and it is a not-for-profit group, we do have to charge, and I think you need to take this into consideration for cultural groups.
Thank you very much. I'll get an answer for you from the Director of Business Transformation, Sue Vidrivi.
Bit awkward. Okay. Through the Mayor, Mark, thank you for your question. The policy does actually aim to reduce barriers to participation, particularly around affordability, and there's been a lot of work done on that front. But for not-for-profit groups where they are charging an entry fee, and for example for participation or service, they are classified as Category A in the policy. And if a group is charging an entry fee, then Council, the intent of the policy is that we would not subsidise by providing a community rate, because that would limit broader accessibility to other groups across the community. The exception to the rule is, for example, gold coin donations or something to that effect wouldn't come under that Category A classification.
Thank you, Sue. Now, because we are only 20 minutes into question time, we do have time for questions that were not in the agenda. So I'll ask Lisa Darmanin and Tash Walk to come forward. And I think we can group these two questions together and answer them together, if that suits.
Yep, that'd be great. So my name's Tash Walk. I live at 46 Percy Street in Fawkner. So as councillors might be aware, the federal government funding to home-based aged care is under reform currently. The Department of Health has confirmed funding availability through to the end of June 2020. However, with a few exceptions, almost all Melbourne metropolitan councils have already made their intentions to remain in aged care service provision through to the end of June 2020. However, that's not the case with Moreland. So we know that those councils have made those decisions based on the same information that's available publicly on the Department of Health website and that Moreland has had access to. So we would like to know why Moreland has failed to commit to providing home care support services through to the end of, 1st of July 2020. Do you want me to go on to the second question because it's related?
Yep, sure.
Okay. It's well known that when community members recognise that they or the elderly relatives need care, that council can assist. If Moreland hasn't applied for that funding extension referred to in the first question to continue to provide services, can councillors please explain why this has happened prior to consultation with your community and workforce, when there'd be a reasonable expectation that these programs would continue?
Yep. Did you want to respond to them both together? Yep, go for it. They're a bit different, so.
Okay, just through the Mayor. Sorry, through the Mayor. So I'll just respond to each of those. We have had verbal assurance about the extension to 2020, which is really good. We're waiting for some written assurance around that so that we can go ahead and extend for everyone. That's a good outcome. You will see that Moreland hasn't come out with a decision one way or the other, knowing that there is quite a bit still to work through and a lot of uncertainty still. So we haven't been an early council that's come out with a decision on this. We want to see basically what actually happens at a federal level, given that we're hearing lots of other things going on at that level. So that's why council hasn't come out with a decision. But we're waiting that verbal confirmation, that written confirmation, and once we have that, we will be seeking to extend. That then gives council the opportunity for further time to consider the whole thing and to go down the path of further consultation.
So we would direct you to the Department of Health website, which clearly states that funding is available. We're also aware that councils have been written to in May 2018 on this matter.
We're
so we're
aware
happy
of that.
to follow that up.
Yeah, no, we're absolutely aware of that. We actually, through our director, we have actually made those inquiries as well. And we've had that direct relationship with them, and we would like to get that assured to us in writing before we go ahead and have that concluded. So we have our own funding agreements with them individually. So,
Lisa? So my name's Lisa Darmanin. I live at 32 Centreway Glenroy, and I'm also the branch secretary of the ASU that represents about 130 workers who are affected by this issue. As councillors may be aware, council staff provide a really high quality service and have a high level of training and regulation, particularly when compared to the private and not-for-profit sectors who also do deliver some of this work in other parts of the state and the country. So our concern is obviously for our members, but also the risk to the community around the quality. So taking on your point around additional information, we will absolutely follow up the written confirmation that we have and that we know is out there to hopefully get an extension to 2020. But I would also just like to ask in follow-up, so Moreland's neighbouring council, Darebin, whilst they have currently committed to maintain services to 2020, have also undertaken a comprehensive consultation with their staff and the community to evaluate the future, and we would seek that we would seek that Moreland undertake a similar open and transparent and comprehensive process that involves both workers and clients. Should the information that's provided to you not be what we think it is.
Through the Mayor. So just to clarify, I'm not suggesting that there's no extension. We're expecting that extension. We just want to have that through contractually so that we can go ahead. So we're not expecting that to be an issue. I can respond to your individual questions. So we're aware of the Darebin process, and different councils have different processes. We would be undertaking consultation. That would be part of council's decision making for this. That is not yet on the horizon. We're just waiting again to see what is it that we're actually going out with. And on high standards of care, I couldn't agree with you more. We're in the 90s in terms of satisfaction from an elderly care service. So, we've got some great staff, so I can only agree with you.
Thank you. So I believe that's all of the questions that we have, so I'll call an end to question time at 7:38. I now need to move on to the council reports. The next item is on-notice responses, and the on-notice responses have been included in part of the governance report, which is considered later on in the evening. So I think it's probably a good idea, considering who we have in the gallery with us, to move on to a couple of the notices of motion, because I think that probably most of the gallery is concerned with one or the other of those notices of motion. So if it suits you, Sue, I'll move to notice of motion 6018, which is flooding in Michael Street and Saxon Street, Brunswick.
So this motion reads that as part of the development of a drainage improvement strategy following a completion of the flood mapping investigation, including accuracy testing and confirmation of the extent of potential impacted properties, council officers explore the options available to increase awareness of potential flooding to property owners, potential purchasers and building surveyors, including the option of expanding the flooding overlays within the Moreland planning scheme.
Do I have a seconder for the motion? Councillor Tapanos. Councillor Bolton, would you like to speak to the report?
Yes, I would, and
Motion?
and the other element of the first element of the motion is about council's drainage improvement strategy, which I understand there's potential to allocate money to improving the drainage in the area in next council's budget. I mean, this will obviously have to be voted on as part of the budget, but I believe the issues in this area are really urgent, having seen some of the videos that residents have taken and some of the photos where you know, you can't see where the gutter begins and ends with the road, so there's a great risk of people seriously hurting themselves if they've been indoors and then come outdoors and find the flooding. I think even for the residents in the areas where which are a little bit higher, a couple of steps above the street, they still go through maybe not as serious an issue as the people in the Otto apartments, where they have to sandbag and have the issues of lifts not functioning and waterfalls in the basement car park. But the residents across the street have to deal with the fact that floods go through their cars every time there's a flood, and they walk out into, you know, yay deep water. So I think this is a really serious issue, and it's a shame that it's taken this long for steps to really address the issue. I certainly believe there needs to be a flooding steps taken towards initiating a flood overlay. Certainly at the Urban Planning Committee meeting last week, there was no knowledge by the representative, the developer of one of the apartment blocks approved on that night about the issue of flooding in the area. So I think this is a really serious issue, and it's good that there are now starting to be some steps being taken to overcome the issues.
Thank you, Councillor Bolton. Councillor Tapanos, would you like to...
Thank you, Mayor and councillors. I'll try to be brief, but look, flooding is a major issue right through the suburb of Brunswick, but it is particularly bad in and around Michael Street and Saxon Street, and I've seen videos that have been provided by residents of what happened on that day that we had a significant downpour, on Cup Day I believe it was. And I've also walked past it on numerous other occasions, and it does seem to flood significantly more than any other part of the suburb. So I do think it's unacceptable, and I do think that we need to put this at the top of our priority list. And there is now, the community and council officers are working quite productively now to try to find solutions, and I'm quite pleased with the progress that's being made. But just a reminder to make sure that we do keep this on the top of our priority list, because there is going to be days, particularly during summer, that we have excessive rainfall, and what is happening there in Michael Street is having an impact on the quality of people's lives. So amongst everything else that is on our agenda tonight and to come over the summer months, I think this is one that needs to be right at the top, and it's going to take some time to actually get all of the solutions ready and implemented, but we certainly can't wait, and we shouldn't wait for budget processes or anything else. We just need to get a move on. So I just urge councillors to support this motion tonight, but also keep up that work during the summer months to see what we can do to actually help the residents of that precinct, because what is occurring there should not be, and we need to fix it.
Thank you, Councillor Tapanos. Are there any councillors who wish to speak against this motion? And are there any councillors who really feel they need to speak in favour of the motion? Otherwise, I'll put it to the vote. So I'll put that to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Declare that carried unanimously. If that could just be recorded as unanimous, please. Thank you. I'll now move to the other notice of motion, which I believe concerns possibly the other half of the gallery, which is notice of motion 5618, East Brunswick Village managing traffic impact east of Nicholson Street. Councillor Tapanos?
Thank you. I think the most recent one is probably on the screen. So yes, I'd like to move a motion which is similar but slightly altered to the one that appears into the agenda. Yes, it is correct on the screen there. So yeah, there have been, after discussions with council officers, residents and councillors, some minor discussions, some minor changes, and an additional dot point 4 in regards to impacts from the Brunswick East village development. So it's on the screen there. If people need a couple of minutes to read it, I'll wait for a second and I'll speak to it.
Councillor Riley? Okay, so Councillor Tapanos, I think you can talk to the motion if you like.
Excellent, thank you, Mayor. Councillors, now this is an issue that is really, really important, and it's not just important for people living on the east side of Nicholson Street, but also on the west and in and around our municipality, and people who transit through our municipality as well. We just see throughout our city that traffic congestion and rat running are becoming major problems. So when we approve additional developments, we approve additional traffic movements effectively. And the scale of what we are going to see along Nicholson Street from the Brunswick East development is going to be huge. Substantially bigger than any other development that I can think of in recent sort of years in the municipality. Now, I do note that those traffic assessments were done many years ago, and that was mentioned in the chamber tonight from residents. And from my experience, you just don't know exactly what's going to come until a development is being constructed. But we can tell from even those assessments that the numbers are substantial, substantial additional traffic movements. And that might be okay for Nicholson Street, and we want to direct traffic into Nicholson Street, north and south, but occasionally, more than occasionally, shoppers, people who transit through the development will actually go east of Nicholson Street and into Sumner Street and cause absolute traffic chaos in those streets. And that's not acceptable. And we need to be proactive and identify that that is a concern now and make sure that we are putting in place actions and we are able to alter whatever designs for the traffic intersection that is going to occur on that spot to make sure that people cannot actually go into east of Nicholson Street, cannot go into the suburban areas. So, look, I think this resolution in particular is first and foremost calling on working with the developers and Vic Roads and telling them that we do need to put a stop to the works that are planned to occur early next year. So it is my belief that they were intending on constructing the traffic intersection by June next year, so they will probably start as soon as possible in the next year. So it is urgent that we do get this resolution up tonight to say we need to put a hold, we need to consult with the community, and I note, and it's unfortunate that we are in the Christmas period, however, I'm calling for an 8-week consultation period to ensure that every resident can actually have their say. And I would like to see, and the motion does talk about having a workshop drop-in centre and also a letter to all of those affected streets and also to be able to collect some online comments as well.
Thank you, Councillor Tapanos.
Time just flies, doesn't it?
It sure does,
Riley?
but I commend this motion to you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Look, just for the sake of residents, there's some minor amendments to this, well, some small amendments which are the report come back in March, not in February, as Councillor Tapanos has already said. I think under item number 2, yes, it's now changed to 8 weeks. Thank you. Sorry, there's too many versions of this amendment going around. And finally, in point 4, it's looking to bring the Brunswick Integrated Transport Strategy Works Program into considerations when we have a public forum around this. And at that forum, we actually try and establish some sort of ongoing dialogue with our community so we get much better lines of communication and understanding about what's being done. I get up here regularly in this role as a councillor and have to explain around the East Brunswick Village that the development plan there, as outlined earlier by Mr. Priest, was something that was established many years ago and many things have changed. So we will be coming back to deal with some of those changes and try and get them lined up so that they make sense, that people's concerns are taken into account at the same time. So I just want to thank people for their patience. I understand your frustration and we are all going to try and work to get this sorted so that we can realise that our streets and our homes can actually not be impacted by this large activity centre that's upon us. So I'm hoping that's something that we can all work towards. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Riley. Are there any councillors who would like to speak against this motion? Question?
I just have one question. Noting the comments at the end of point 3, I know the Moreland Integrated Transport Strategy, which is due for adoption in March, seeks to address a number of those things. Is the intention that the report or the BITS work is combined with the Moreland Integrated Transport Strategy work as well?
Yes, of course.
Yeah, good. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any councillors who would like to speak against this motion? And anybody else who really feels an urgency to speak to this motion, otherwise I'll put it to the vote. No? So I'll put this motion to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Declare that carried. And could we have that recorded as unanimous, please? Thank you. So I'll now return back to the reports as they're listed in the agenda. Once I find my page. Hang on. I was going to put this from the chair because I've got an amendment to it. So the first report is DCF 118, Shopping Strip Renewal Program, Bonwick Street, Fawkner, which is a council plan item. And I actually have an amended version of, amended recommendation. So I'll just read it. Notes the feedback collected in response to the draft concept design from the October 2018 community engagement process for the streetscape upgrade to Bonwick Street, Fawkner. Point 2, endorses the increased project scope of option B, including the provision to substitute 2 parking spaces in a highly visible and convenient location of the eastern rear car park with the maximum number of bicycle parking spaces that can be accommodated. And I have an additional point 3 which has been circulated, which is an amendment that's come from Councillor Bolton that I've incorporated into the new motion, which reads, 3, conducts a survey of people visiting Bonwick Street shopping strip to find out what proportion of people would use public transport to visit the shopping strip if public transport was available, and what changes need to be made, such as frequency and bus routes, to make it a viable option for people to access the shopping strip without using a car. The survey could be conducted by a council or state government or council in collaboration with another party. And if I have a seconder, I'll... Councillor Bolton? Okay, so ordinarily I would never endeavour to want to build a car park, and I'm looking forward to March for the adoption of the MITS because I think it's an aspirational and sensible policy. But as often happens in the city, this particular situation includes an anomaly, which I believe involves the situation at Fawkner, where there is not the same kind of facilities and infrastructure that cater to the shopping strip in terms of public transport. And I think that it's a fairly unique demographic in terms of the fact that we have quite a lot of women and, well, families with young children, and also older people in the community who do rely heavily still on cars. The implications of including the bicycle parking is because I want to signal that's what I hope people eventually can transition to where it suits them. But I think that it could potentially be at the cost of the shopping centre if we do don't consider that most of the people that get to this car park, get to this shopping strip, are getting there in cars. So my inclination to accept Councillor Bolton's third point is that ideally what would be fantastic is that we do have people using bikes and public transport to get to the Bonwick Street shops. And so I'm looking forward to seeing the results of those surveys and hearing back about them. Councillor Bolton?
Yes, I'd particularly like to speak to the third point. I think, and also to the whole motion, the resolution in the council papers for tonight was recommending option A, which would remove some car parking. There will be a little bit lost under this option B that's been proposed by Councillor Aboud as well, but not as much will be lost. And you know, if you're a regular visitor to Bonwick Street, you'd know that in the last 5 to 6 years, the traffic has increased out of sight. Like about 6 years ago, it wasn't that bad on a Saturday, for example. now, and the car parks at the back were never really full. But now on a Saturday morning, the car parks at the back are full. People are vying for spots in the main street of the shopping centre. It's actually traffic chaos, and partly it's because there's been a massive population boom in the area with houses being pulled down, replaced with flats, etc. So there's been a big population expansion. But it's not like along the tram routes along Lygon Street, Malva Road and Sydney Road, where the frequency of the tram routes during the daytime mean a lot of people do get about by public transport. But I think rather than council just saying, well, people should be using public transport and other means, I think we've got to actually talk to people about what sort of public transport would enable them to be able to, not use a car as much and visit the shopping centre. Even with this option B proposal, there'll still be traffic chaos in the shopping centre unless we can find a way of advocating for the sort of public transport that will really be a viable alternative for people in Fawkner. That's why I'm sort of commending this motion.
Thank you, Councillor Bolton. Are there any councillors that would like to speak against the motion?
I have an amendment.
Amendment?
Just a slight amendment. I just have one, and I apologise, councillors, I'm moving this one from the floor, just to add a point 4, which states investigates the installation of at least one electric vehicle charging station in a highly visible location as part of the additional design changes. And I guess if I have a seconder...
that's acceptable. You don't need a seconder because it's as the mover.
And seconder as well. Is it acceptable?
Yeah.
Yep.
Fine. Yeah.
Okay, fine.
That's fine.
So I'm happy to talk to that a little bit.
Do you have those words? Yep. Councillor Martin, go.
So I just wanted to highlight this is a multi-million-dollar transformation that we're spending in Fawkner. AC fast charger, electric vehicle charger will cost about $7,000. So when you're dealing with a multi-million-dollar project, I think as part of the future-proofing of our city, we need to consider electric vehicles that are coming. We've had plenty of companies announce that they're going to stop manufacturing internal combustion engines, and I think it's something that, as a council that is aware that we are in a climate emergency, we do need to make that transformation in our city, that this is an option that we should at least investigate in these designs.
Thank you, Councillor Martin. Are there any councillors that would like to speak against the motion?
Can I make a request that the fourth point be separated from the motion?
Certainly.
And I'll speak to it.
Yep. So are you happy, Councillor Kavanagh, to vote on the other three?
Yeah, I think everyone else would be, I think.
Yep.
I might be assuming something there, but I think that would.
Okay with that?
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm assuming there's nobody who wanted to speak against the motion, any part of the motion. Oh, well, that first three parts of the motion. Is there anyone else who would like to speak to it? Councillor Farley.
I thought you'd never ask.
You knew I would.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I'm really, really excited about this project. This is one I put on the agenda when I first got elected and came to the chamber. And a couple of major reasons why. Firstly, one of the big issues in Fawkner is social cohesion. A lot of people coming into that suburb, but not really mingling and coming together. There doesn't seem to be a certain heart or a place where that happens. And the problem with Bonwick Street is it's just full of car parks, but not enough space and seats and trees for people to come and actually have a coffee and sit together. So this will go a long way to helping social cohesion in Fawkner. And the second one is I've got a grandmother that visits this shopping strip 5 to 6 times a week, and she needs to dodge cars that are double parked because they can't find cars that are going far too fast for this particular strip. And we need a pedestrian crossing, and we need it urgently in that particular shopping strip, especially with our ageing population in Fawkner. This ticks both of those items. So I'm very, very excited about the project being brought forward and council addressing this. In regards to the issue on car parks, I just want to sort of touch on that point as well. We did go through community consultation. We did hear from a lot of residents and traders in particular of a concern regarding loss of car parks in accommodating new places for trees and seats and benches. What we're doing, we've listened, is we're going to reconfigure the eastern car park behind Bonwick Street to accommodate those losses of car parks. So we have an overall no net loss of car parks. I believe there may be a couple that we may lose through the entire project, but given the significance of the project, I feel that is very acceptable. I just want to finish by thanking my fellow councillors for their patience. I know I've been lobbying you for a while on this particular project, visiting Councillor Martin at work and telling him how important this is, Councillor Davidson as well, she was the mayor, and telling her about how important this is. So I appreciate your patience, and I just want to thank also the Chief Executive Officer in particular for helping guide me through this. I was a new councillor, so she helped me sort of understand where we can and look to look at the budget and make these things happen. So I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Farnley. Is there anyone else that would like to speak to this? Councillor Kavanagh?
Can I just say how supportive I am of the motion and teaching in Faulkner? I know how important that shopping centre is to the local community. And I'll also mention that the reason I've asked to separate the motions is because I too intend to vote against point 4. I'm not against electric vehicles. I think they're important, but I must say, having taught in Faulkner, I haven't seen one electric vehicle in the entire time I've taught there. And if we're talking about the importance of car spaces up there and losing a car space, I just feel as if it's going to be a wasted car spot for a number of years. If I'm wrong, and if there is usage of that, I look forward to be converted in a couple of years' time, a car space. But I just think at this point in time, I think it's I'm just not supportive of that at this particular. When car spaces are at such a premium up there.
Thank you, Councillor Kavanagh. So I'm taking that you spoke for the motion. So I still have no one speaking against it, but I think I might draw a line under that and we can go to a vote on... Sorry, did you... Sorry, Sue.
A little sort of question, comment, just if you... I guess, I mean, I think this is a great project. I mean, the thing that I hope gets expedited as the top priority will be the pedestrian crossing. If there's any way of fast tracking the pedestrian crossing in advance of the other things, it is just so dangerous now. I mean, it's been dangerous for a number of years, and there have been several motions that have come to council about the pedestrian crossing. I think if there's any way of expediting that, that's the most urgent thing at the moment in my mind. I mean, the beautification is great, but the pedestrian crossing, people have been knocked down there.
Yeah. Thank you, Councillor Bolton. All right, now I'm going to put this to the vote. I'm going to ask for a vote on points 1, 2 and 3. So all those in favour of points 1, 2 and 3? Against? I declare points 1, 2 and 3 carried unanimously. And I've now put point 4 to the vote. All those in favour? Against? I declare that carried as well.
Thank you.
Thank you. So I now move to DCD 118, Community Engagement and Public Participation Policy in Moreland, Adoption. Have a mover for that recommendation, that motion? Councillor Dorney? A seconder? Councillor Walton? Councillor Dorney, would you like to speak to the motion?
Yes, so I mean this has already been to council for endorsement of the draft, but I would just like to commend firstly council for actually really prioritising this work and committing to really a fundamental rethink of how we do community engagement and public participation in this city. I think the working group who basically there's a lot of blood, sweat and tears. I think I wasn't part of it, which I've previously mentioned, but it was really hard work and community and officers and councillors coming together and really nutting this thing out for a very long time and coming to a great point, I think is really admirable. And then officers for the development of the policy, but also for roving around Moreland during the consultation period and seeking, I can't remember how many, it's quite a few people commented on the policy, and it was mostly positive. I think it's not so much that people want us to be inventing all these new ways to engage, it's just that they want us, community said they want us focusing on ways, just improving the way we already do engagement and making sure that we listen to our community and then are responding, keeping the lines of communication open. I think that the fruits of this work are already really evident with our new Manager of Community Engagement starting tonight, and there's been a huge shift in the organisational structure to allow for this work. So I'm really excited for what's to come, and yeah, I just thank everyone for their efforts.
Councillor Bolton?
I would, I think it's good that this has come to the council, but I guess the proof will be in the pudding in terms of does it make a difference in terms of community engagement and consultation and so forth. So I think it's, you know, there's a lot of very specific things that frustrate people sometimes when they're dealing with council, and I'm hoping that maybe those might get ironed out with the implementation of this. But I think most critically is there's a view to review the implementation on I think it's an annual basis or a regular basis. So I think there is an opportunity for us to sort of, make some changes to make sure it really does do the job, which I certainly hope it does.
Thank you, Councillor Bolton. Are there any councillors that would like to speak against this motion? Any other councillors who really would like to speak in favour of it? I'd just like to say very briefly thank you to the officers who were involved in developing this piece of work, but also to the community members who stayed involved from beginning to end in terms of the consultation that we ran for those meetings. Yes, blood, sweat and tears, but nothing much happens without them, right? So really commend this piece of work. So I'll put that to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Declare that carried unanimously. Councillor Tapanos has asked me to bring forward another notice of motion. So I'll just find that. Which is notice of motion 5518, the Clifton Park protective fencing.
And I've emailed as well. Thank you, Mayor and councillors. I've also just emailed slight updates with an additional dot point C, which includes consultation. I hope that's on the screen. And also, in addition, just having a look at some of the timelines, I've sort of requested that we try to have a 2-month assessment period and bring the report back to council in March 2019. So they're the additional changes.
Could we just have a minute?
Yeah. Is that okay?
Just yep. So just through the mayor, it's quite tight. So we will get something to you, but it may not be as fulsome as what you might have gotten in April. So that's all. We're just recognising that's tight.
Okay. Why don't we make it March or April?
That gives us flexibility.
Councillor Tapanos, do you have a seconder for your motion? Councillor Carly Hannon.
Thank you, Mayor. The Clifton Park synthetic pitch, which was opened in 2011, is one of our most utilised facilities, and certainly the growth of soccer, or should I say football, in the municipality is huge, and the councillors will know that we often get requests for allocations of grounds for new clubs who want to establish in our city, but we also have a growing community of just local residents who just want to go and have a kick on the synthetic pitch on the weekend. So there is significant use. It's estimated, I think, about 90 hours of usage per week on the synthetic pitch, which is substantial. Clifton Park also has 2 other pitches. It links some of our most beautiful parkland in the city in the Brunswick Park and Gillen Oval, and also the other parkland in and around that area, and it's highly frequented by dog users, other pedestrians, cyclists, walkers. So we just need to make sure that we are undertaking a little bit of an assessment to make sure that things that we could install, like fencing and net fencing in particular behind the goals, to ensure that the balls don't go on the road or don't interfere with other facilities there, or other residents just enjoying the leisure activities in the park. So I think this is going to be an important piece of work. It's probably something that we didn't envisage in 2011 because we didn't know the usage that the facility will actually get. But now it's something that is very much timely and we should do. And I hope that we also consider the desires of people who actually use the synthetic pitch to have those nettings there. And I appreciate Damien's work and welcome him to the chamber tonight. 200 plus signatures on a petition that was organised over the last 2 weeks. That really shows that the community, the users, do want to see that these nettings are installed. So that's why I've included the additional .4 to actually not just get an assessment of the need, but also an assessment of the users and whether they want to see netting put up in the park.
Thank you, Councillor Tapanos. Councillor Carly Hannon.
I do think that this piece of work will be interesting, and I do hope that April does provide us with enough time to get some proper feedback from the community. I guess the things that interest me in this is that precinct in itself and the fact that it does enter straight onto a fairly, at times, busy road. Recognising though that the pitch that's probably the worst for that is actually the non-synthetic pitch, but given that the synthetic pitch has a lot of children, different players every single night and has a huge use, I think that some netting would probably help a lot. And as someone who's chased a lot of balls over the fence, I think that would be great for the players as well. But what I'm actually more interested in is the conversation this is going to start for a whole range of grounds. I want to include talking about Balfe, Allard Park, that's already got the footy ground there, Campbell Reserve. And so by starting this conversation with all the users of parks, I think this is a piece of work that could actually eventually end up a lot bigger to say what ways can we improve the livability of those apartments that are now living on parkland, and then all the different users coming onto it, while including, encouraging the continued use of sporting grounds.
Thank you, Councillor Carly Hannon. Are there any councillors who wish to speak against the motion? No? And Councillor Bolton?
While I'm not that familiar with the issues at Clifton Park, I'm certainly aware of another venue, a baseball venue, where there is a big issue of balls escaping, and where council has put up some netting, but balls, are still escaping, and which are potentially quite dangerous to nearby residents or passers-by. So, I think, potentially there are other sporting grounds where this is an issue. So, on that basis, I'm certainly supportive of this.
Thank you, Councillor Bolton. Are there any other councillors that would like to speak to this motion? No? No further comment. I'll put this to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Declare that carried unanimously. I'll now return back to the items as they're listed in the agenda. So the next report is DBT 118, Community Use of Council Managed Venues Policy Adoption. Do I have a mover for this report? Councillor Martin?
I have a slightly amended version of this, and if they can be put up, it's an amendment to table 4.3. What this is doing is in line with the draft policy that went out. Not-for-profit political groups where the venue hire is for the purpose of organised political campaigning was in line with the religious worship category. So all I've done is in the final report that is before us tonight, it had put the political groups in, and so what I've done is actually pull that out and to allow, and the way that I rationalise this is that, not all political groups are really well-funded, big Liberal Labor parties. There are smaller micro parties, smaller political groups that want to get together, and there's places that they can't do that. if they're having to pay for the full fee of all of council's facilities. So what that does is it just pulls that out and it gives them that option if they choose to. So really, that's the only change. Also, in regards to a question earlier tonight, I'm also happy to chat about that, but I probably need a seconder before I go on.
Do you have a seconder for the motion?
I wanted to flag a further amendment.
Yep. I'll just get a seconder first. Well, Councillor Donny. So,
I'm happy to hear the amendment and then I'll...
Okay, so this comes out of Mr Higginbotham's question to Council at question time, and my apologies, I haven't had a chance to circulate a proposed amendment. But I would propose that in point 3, it be added that Council consider adding the Brunswick Beethoven Music Festival to the confidential report that considers the historic use of council venues, and to consult with the President of the Society, Mr Higginbotham.
Norita's just got some advice that she can...
Yeah.
So just through the Mayor, knowing that just being tabled now, no issues with that, because that will basically mean that the Brunswick Beethoven Festival will be one of the groups that we do some further, we're delegated then to make some further historical arrangements with. So that's not an issue.
Thank you. Can that be added in writing in there as well? Is that?
So, excuse me, through the Mayor. So by virtue of including Brunswick Beethoven Festival in as one of the users, you're including it under point 3 as one of the groups that we then delegated to actually make an arrangement with. So you don't have to do anything else.
Okay, and that's noted in the minutes.
That's right. It will stand on its own that way.
Yeah. Thank you.
Councillor Martin, would you like to speak to the motion?
Yeah, I'm happy to speak to the motion. So, in essence, what we're doing here is this is just sort of general fairness for residents, for groups, for users. To now, there are some groups in the community that book out venues the whole year, and then there's actual other community groups that want to be able to use these venues. What this is doing is not saying that those groups can't use the venues, but we're actually removing some of the discount to actually disincentivise booking out for the entire year, or booking out for 6 or 7 days a week, to actually allow other community groups to use the facilities. We have a huge population in Moreland and a very active community, and so we want to make sure that the opportunity to hire out a venue is available to anyone that needs to hire out a venue. And it is really about equality, these changes.
Thank you, Councillor Martin. Councillor Dorney, would you like to speak as the seconder? No. Are there any councillors who would like to speak against the motion?
I've got a question.
Yeah.
Just a question for Councillor Martin. The question of political groups, not-for-profit political groups doing political campaigning. I was wondering if you could describe what you mean by political groups and political campaigning, because I think those words have different meanings for different minds. For example, if a group was campaigning in support of refugees or LGBTI people, or around some environmental issue, or around improvements to welfare system or workers' rights or whatever, is that deemed, I would think those sort of groups would be called not-for-profit or voluntary community groups, and therefore should be in category C. So I guess I was just wondering, what do you mean
I think
party campaigning? Or?
Yeah, so the political campaigning is more specifically sort of private membership political groups that are holding some sort of campaign committee type meetings. I would say that those other groups that you discussed would probably slide into the other categories.
Okay.
I'm happy to take some advice from officers if they think
I'm
the
clear
wording needs
now.
to be
Yeah.
changed at all.
No, thanks. Thanks. That's awesome.
Great.
Are there any councillors who would like to speak? Did I already ask? Against the motion? No. Anyone else who'd like to speak in support of the motion? No further debate. I'll put that to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Declare that carried. So I'll now move on to DCI 4818, the Waste and Litter Strategy 2018 adoption. Councillor Martin.
Thank you, Mayor. So I have a slightly amended version. I have 16 amendments to make to the final document. And so I'm happy to highlight to councillors. So the document that was circulated, there are two small changes from that document. The additional comment around FOGO is not included in my amendment. And the right down the very bottom where it says 8.4.4a, there's investigate the feasibility, so I'll read it out. So it's investigate the feasibility of employing with employ and modify with the timelines by 2019. And then it did say, provided the role is cost neutral. I want to change that to seeking that the role is cost neutral. And the rationale is that we may not get there, but that's what we're seeking. So if I have a seconder, I'm happy to talk further.
Councillor Dorney. Yep.
Fantastic. So really, this policy that we've got before us is one of Council's flagship policies. The amount of work that has gone into this by officers, by the community, by councillors really is phenomenal. And I would really like to highlight that the community is ready to start taking these steps. I mean, the feedback that we got on our draft strategy, some of the comments were, I love this strategy, a great starting point. I look forward to seeing Moreland Council lead the way in future sustainable waste management. Great to see leadership. Because what we're doing here is we are setting the benchmark for councils right across the state in taking these steps. Some of the amendments that I'm moving tonight are really seeking to strengthen the strategy. Instead of words like consider changing, it is change. Instead of words like investigate, it is actually do. And while that may end up costing us a little bit more money in the short term, what we're doing is really launching ourselves on that trajectory to zero waste to landfill by 2030. And, you know, it falls in line with so many of our other policies. We have acknowledged there's a climate emergency. Waste contributes to that climate emergency through methane emissions. We know we need to recycle more. We know we need to include this in our procurement, in our contracts. And so what we're really doing here, like I said, is really setting the benchmark. And we are taking policies and ideas that have been rolled out in other councils for many years. I know, looking at some of the FOGO things that we're attempting to roll out, you know, it's been done in Merri-bek for many, many years, and they have a tried and tested system. But what we are doing also is we have some innovations and some new things that we're going to try, and we really want to work with residents to really roll this out and really get towards that zero waste to landfill by 2030. So I really do encourage councillors to support these amendments, and I'm happy to debate or talk about any of these on the floor.
Thank you, Councillor Martin. Councillor Donny, would you like to speak to the motion with the amended motion?
Yep. So I think the amended motion just really strengthens and solidifies the fabulous work and place that this strategy is at. I would like to thank obviously the community for the feedback recently, but for councillors and officers for the huge amount of work and in such a short amount of time as well. this is something that when we push that we want to see Moreland waste, zero waste going to Moreland by 2030. I can't remember when, but it was a few months back. And now here we are standing here with the strategy on how we're going to get there, and we are going to get there. I think that the amended, the whole strategy really is about making this change easy for our community. It's about making producing waste harder, and it's about telling our community, and that's from people within council and our businesses and people within households, that we need to do this, and we're really incentivising and disincentivising ways to do that and supporting you on that journey. I think we're all at different stages with waste-free lifestyles. I know it's something that I've been quite committed to for a number of years, and I'm still on a journey. I just actually started my 5th bin at home, thanks to Nick Dolby telling me that you actually need to recycle your small little bits of plastic in a separate plastic container. So there you go, I have 5 bins at home, so I look forward to chatting with the community about how many bins they have and how many you look forward to having as well, and yeah, making this stuff cool and just the norm. So really excited to stand up and support, as Councillor Martin said, such a flagship and innovative strategy, and really paving the way for the rest of Australia. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Dorney. Councillor Tapanos, did you want to ask for a seconder for your...
Yeah, well, I will propose an amendment as well, and that's to add an additional section to dot point 3 in the officer recommendation. So where it says receive a report by April 2019 on the proposed implementation plan for food organic, green organics, with implementation to add options for abbreviated FOGO that keep the current collection schedules, weekly recycling and garbage, and introduce additional weekly green waste service.
So we've heard already that that's not acceptable to the mover and seconder, so I need a seconder for Councillor Tapanos's amendment. Councillor Carly Hannon has seconded Councillor Tapanos's further amendment. So... yeah, okay, so I'll deal with the amendment first. So, Councillor Tapanos, would you like to speak to the amendment?
Yes, I will. Mayor and councillors, you will notice that in the officer's report and strategy, it talks about an additional report for an additional decision being made in this chamber early next year. But the options, the 3 options it proposes, is to move to a fortnightly service. That's option 1. Option 2 is to move to a fortnightly service, and option 3 is to move to a fortnightly service. Now, I would believe that the community would say that that is a service cut in the waste collection area, and I don't think that's acceptable. I'm all for this new project, and I'm really excited about it, about recycling organics in our green waste bin. But I don't think we need to move towards cutting our existing rubbish and recycling service. I don't think that's acceptable. What I think that we need to do is make it clear that the options that are to be presented to council need to include options that maintain our current weekly service for recycling and for garbage. I think that's very important. I don't think because we are anticipating more people to be placing their organic waste in the green bin, we can undertake a process to cut our waste collection services to only fortnight. I don't think that's fair. And I just note, councillors, that our rates do keep going up. Our waste service charge keeps going up substantially. I think the community is right to say they deserve a decent weekly waste collection service. So what I'm saying here today is accept this amendment and make it very clear that the options that we are going to be considering in the future reports do maintain our weekly service and lowly add an additional green organics waste service to the system. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Tapanos. Councillor Carly Hannon, would you like to speak to the amendment?
So I'm speaking to this amendment, supporting it because I think it's extremely practical. So I guess the main thing is I also think that this food organic to green organic is a great initiative, and as Councillor Dorney said, it's great to see the residents of Moreland all on their journey to a greener moorland and also to zero waste to landfill. Coming from a family of 5 in Brunswick, we composted, we squashed all of our recycling, and we were very careful with our waste, and we still always used all of our bins every single week. I also think, like with the green waste, regularly I see ourselves and my parents having to forego doing their gardening because they can't even fill up their green waste bins. So I think having that weekly would also be helpful. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Carly Hannan. Are there any councillors who would like to speak against the amendment? Councillor Martin.
Yeah, I'm happy to speak against the amendment. So really, what we're doing here is by identifying a fortnightly service, the intention is to, over the next 12 years, is to actually reduce the cost to residents. What this is proposing is actually an increase in the current service, which will result in an increase in costs to residents in the short term. I don't think that is fair to residents, and I don't think it actually aligns with the direction nor the tested services that many other councils currently run. I don't think Moreland should do something different to what all the other councils are doing. I don't think we should be increasing the services and therefore the costs to residents in the short term. I think what we should be doing is encouraging the diversion away from landfill. And one of the ways that you do that is you reduce the landfill pickup. It actually encourages people to start putting the green organics, which is about 50% of your landfill bin, and it encourages residents to start using that. So I don't want to see Moreland even consider the option of something that isn't best practice, that isn't working us towards zero waste to landfill, and that will cost residents more in the short term.
Thank you, Councillor Martin. Councillor Dorney.
Yeah, just a counter argument to Councillor Carly Hannan's point around a family of how many? 5? 5, yeah. Needing to filling their general waste bin regularly. Just again, we're not a family. We're a shared household of 4 adults. And we don't even need to empty our general waste bin once a month. We fill it about this much a fortnight because we recycle. Everything goes either into the compost, which, as Councillor Martin said, is over 50% of what we're seeing in our landfills. So I think it is evidence-based that if we are increasing our FOGO, we really aren't going to, for those that are using that service or using alternative composting services, they simply aren't going to require that. But, may require or would prefer to require a weekly FOGO pickup, which makes sense.
Thank you, Councillor Dorney. I'm also speaking against the amendment because cut is what I'm going for. I'm up to 4 bins, but I'll get to 5, Jess. And we are a family of 5 and we don't put our green bin out every week, and we have an 80-litre bin, so we're saving... we've cut our waste charge in half, and thank you Pentridge Community Garden and Russell from the Coburg Good Karma Network for alerting us all to those facts. I think that ideally what we're aiming for is, recycling's great, but if you can reject single-use plastics in the first place, you don't need to worry about whether your recycling bin is full. And if you can't do your own composting at home, there are community gardens everywhere and compost facilities where people are really keen to come and collect compost or have it delivered, because compost is a resource that you use to make soil. And soil is where you grow food. And we have a long way to go, but we're going to get there if we keep trying. So I will be supporting the emotion, but not the motion, but the emotion. I will be supporting the motion, but not the amendment. And I commend everybody at the table and also the officers in the building for their work on this. It's a huge challenge, but I do believe that we will get there. Are there any councillors that would like to speak in support of the amendment? So I'll put the amendment... Oh, Councillor Tapanos?
Not to an amendment. Not to an amendment.
Sorry, Councillor Tapanos. So I'll put the amendment to the vote. All those in favour of Councillor Tapanos's amendment? Against? So I declare the amendment lost.
Can I have a division?
Yeah. All those in favour of Councillor Tapanos's amendment? Councillor Tapanos, Councillor Kavanagh, Councillor Carly Hannon? All those against? Councillors Riley, Afanley, Martin, Riley, Afanley, Abood, Dorney, Davidson and Bolton. Are there any councillors who would like to speak for or against the motion?
I was going to ask a request again. I was going to ask if item 8.2.5B could be separated out and voted differently.
Yep. 8.2.5B, add another dot point.
Oh, there's three of those. Sorry, the first of those. I'm sorry. Add another dot point to increase the landfill levy is the same as New South Wales.
Yep.
Is that possible to separate that point out?
I don't see a problem with that. So I'll vote on that. Sorry, would you like to speak to that, Councillor Kavanagh?
Overall, I think, first of all, the officers have done a mighty job, and I think Councillor Martin and others have improved it with their recommendation. The reason why I've asked to separate that item is, yes, I can see the point and of increasing the landfill levy to New South Wales levels, but first of all, I don't have faith in the state government for the way they're currently spending the landfill levy, and so therefore I don't want to advocate to give them any more money for it, because I'm, being on the waste forum for a number of years, always every meeting questions came up about what was being done with that money that should have been collected. So, and secondly, it will result in higher fees being passed on to residents as a result. So I can see the reason for it. I can understand the logic. Apparently, currently, landfill in New South Wales is being transported to Victoria. It's cheaper to pay our landfill levy rather than New South Wales landfill levy. So I can understand why we don't want that to continue, but in saying that, I also don't want to burden the ratepayer, and I'm not trusting of the state government with their spending of the money.
Thank you, Councillor Kavanagh. Councillor Martin?
I'm happy to speak in favour of having that point in there, if I can.
Yep.
So the rationale, there's two reasons for having that in there. The first being that...
we just have to clarify something. Is there anyone else that wants to speak to the motion?
Okay, I'll sit down.
Who hasn't spoken?
Just clarify, is this an amendment or is this acceptable to move on?
No, this
This
is
is a substantive motion.
this is just one point has been taken out. So if Councillor Martin speaks to it, he's closing the debate on the whole thing.
Okay. Has anyone spoken against this motion?
Good question.
Not yet.
So he doesn't have a right of closing the debate.
Yeah, you're right. Is there anybody that would like to speak against the motion, which is Councillor Martin's amended recommendations to... Look at this go.
Was Councillor Kavanagh moving an amendment?
No, I just asked for it to be
Separated.
separated out, so we vote on the whole thing and then vote on at that point.
It would be better to deal with it as an amendment, I think.
Okay.
Well, it might not be voted on.
But what would you amend it to?
I thought.
Okay, so the whole
Councillor
thing
Kavanagh
is-
wanted to remove that element.
No, the whole thing is a motion. There was an amendment put to the motion. The amendment got a seconder, but then it was unsuccessful. So we have the motion. Then what Councillor Kavanagh has asked is if it can be voted on in sections ultimately, and that's one section and the rest is a whole. So because we have spoken to and no one's spoken against, although technically Councillor Kavanagh spoke against because he spoke against that point.
I did.
So, governance? Does Councillor Martin have the right of reply?
I'm happy to move on, and if any other councillors have anything else, we'll address that, and I'm happy to close.
Can't close.
No, you have to be put to the vote.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, another way to
Go to that.
That's fine.
Can I get some advice?
Yes. So just through the Mayor, just taking up on Councillor Bolton's point, if you really want to tidy this up, a way for this to occur, and governors can throw something at me if I get this wrong, is for it to be an amendment, to take it out, and they can vote on whether it comes out or not. Then they vote on the substantive motion, and then if there is a speaker against the substantive, you then have the right to reply.
Okay. Well,
That will tidy it up.
I'm happy to move an amendment that the first part of 8.2.5b be removed. Yeah, okay.
Thank you, Councillor
And I
Bolton.
won't speak to it again because I think I've already exhausted that, but I'll see the second.
Okay, so now what we're doing is we're treating that point as though it is an amendment. So we've had the councillors who are asking that it be removed speak. Oh, Councillor Bolton, would you like to speak about it being removed?
I don't feel I need to add anything extra,
Thank
but
you.
I think it would be clearer to move it as an amendment.
Thank you, Councillor Bolton. Councillor Martin, would you like to speak on it being kept?
Yes, I'm happy to speak to it being retained. So I was speaking
Retained,
against the amendment as it is currently written. So the rationale is twofold on this one. Firstly, I do take Councillor Kavanagh's points. At the moment, the state government really should be giving councils more of the money for the Sustainability Fund. There is a huge amount of money, and councils are going through FOGO transitions. They're going through all sorts of issues in regards to waste, and the state government is not spending the money where it should be. Park that. Assume that we have a state government that is progressively giving money back to councils, which there has been discussion at some of the forums that we will be starting to receive some assistance for some of these programs, especially as the waste crisis continues and worsens. What this does is it actually does two things. One, it stops operators in New South Wales driving to Victoria or driving to Queensland. And Queensland has a much lower landfill levy than us. I believe they've only just got a $35 or something along those lines implemented. And so what it does is it actually, if you have the same landfill levy across states, then there's no inter-border moving of waste to be dumped in the cheapest state. And secondly, what it does is it actually increases the landfill levy. So it does actually reward those who are recycling, who are moving to FOGO. And so the residents who are actually having smaller bins and using less waste won't see any increase in the cost of their landfill levy.
Thank you, Councillor Martin. Is there anyone else that needs to speak to the amendment that used to be 5? Thank you. B, A, 1, the first one. I think I'll put that to the vote, that amendment. So all those in favour of that amendment? Oh, hang on, of that amendment being removed?
Yes.
Being removed.
Amendment to remove. Yep.
And against? So I declare that lost. Carried. So carried that it is removed. Sorry for the confusion.
That's correct, yeah.
Thank you, everyone, for your patience. So now that that point has been removed, I put the rest of the motion to the vote. All those in favour of Councillor Martin's amended motion? Against? And I declare that carried.
Hold well done, that was difficult. Sorry.
Oh, and I'd like it declared unanimous, please, sir. And now I'm going to move on. DCI 4918, Councillor Kavanagh's on his feet, adoption of the Chain of Ponds, Moonee Ponds Creek Plan.
I'd like to move the officer recommendation on page 126 and have a seconder on speak.
Councillor Riley has his hand in the air. Thank you, Councillor Kavanagh.
Well, thank you very much, Councillor Riley, for seconding. Look, I think this is an absolutely magnificent report, the adoption of the chain of ponds in Moonee Ponds, for Moonee Ponds Creek. And I'm also hoping that people will endorse it tonight because we are already a signatory to the memorandum of understanding which took place in October. And I must say it was one of the best events of the last 12 months that I've been to. It was Moonee Ponds Creek was looking sensational that morning, and the most wonderful group of people. And it's such a wide selection of people from the Melbourne Water, Yarra Valley Water, from all the different municipalities along that Moonee Ponds Creek goes through, and of course our wonderful friends at the Friends of Moonee Ponds Creek. And I want to mention in particular the speech that Calvin Thompson gave that morning, I thought was absolutely sensational. And really, the Honourable Calvin Thompson, you know, he is a treasure in this area. And, you know, he's been president of the Friends of Merri-bek Creek since its foundation in 1989. And in fact, Kay Oddie has been the secretary for that entire time too. And when you think he's been a federal member of parliament, he would have had many other things to have done, to be involved in that. And the way he spoke about his love of the area around there was just magnificent. So I think this has got an absolutely wonderful long-term vision for the creek. And if you look at the aims and objectives to improve public space along the creek, promoting pedestrian and bicycle connectivity along the creek, improving biodiversity and habitat within the city, reducing stormwater loads into the creek, improving water quality and ecological health of the creek, and improving how the creek looks. You know, and one thing I have learned in my time on council is that the love of the Moonee Ponds Creek and the Merri Creek is pretty well universal. You know, I think everybody gets that, you know, that sense of wonderment in those areas, and I just think it's just magnificent. And this council in the last 12 months has improved that by land purchases. Yes, we can still argue whether we should have to pay to buy them or not, but I'll tell you what, you know, when they look back in 100 years' time, you know, we've secured those land purchases, and this is just another piece in that. And to see the drainage being removed over time to put back the Moonee Ponds Creek to its former glory, it's just a fantastic plan, and I'm really excited about it.
Thank you, Councillor Kavanagh. Councillor Riley?
Yes, briefly, thanks. I just want to really acknowledge the enormity of this project. It's a really major piece of work that we have done, particularly under the leadership and initiation of Moonee Valley City Council, and it's been a great partnership in that sense. I do want to acknowledge Calvin Thompson, Kay Oddie, and also Anna Lanigan and all of the friends of the Moonee Ponds Creek who are really incredibly active and important to this. And I think this is a great example of how we engage with our community and consult and work together and collaborate to get great outcomes. The other thing I just want to finish by saying is that this is a very long vision, and much of the work and the undertaking of this are going to be decades in the making, so we're talking like 50 years. So this is something that we're going to need to manage and take care of and really do a lot of work on in implementing this over those 50 years, and I'm really looking forward to establishing the implementation committees and processes as part of this, because it's going to be really key to getting this successfully happening. If you can't find the documents in the main agenda, that's because they're so big, and there's a whole different download under our documents page where you'll get to see 4 other documents and a whole separate agenda. So if you thought 400 pages was enough today, well, go and figure you can go and find a couple hundred more.
Thank you, Councillor Riley. Are there any councillors who wish to speak against the motion? And is there anyone else who would really like to speak in favour of the motion? Good, short and sweet. So I'm going to put this motion to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Declare that carried. And could we have that recorded as unanimous, please? I'll now move to DCD 218, Draft Library Services Strategy Release for Community Consultation, and Councillor Riley is on his feet.
Yeah, look, I just want to speak in favour of this motion as it's been put to go out to consultation with our community. I'm a little bit nervous about doing because I don't...
Just a minute.
I'll beg your pardon.
Councillor Kapanos is in a second.
I'm a bit nervous about supporting this because it's actually consulting over December and January, and I just spoke to the manager earlier, and I should have raised this because I get very nervous about consulting people over the Christmas New Year period. The only thing that kind of gives me some confidence is that people love our library so much that I imagine they're just going to be chomping at the bit to be able to actually have their say. Besides that point, the work has already been underway, and I'm assuming that there will be lots of people over the holiday period visiting the libraries, but it's really important to have a look at this because the libraries don't just lend books. There are many, many other things that they do for our communities. They're helping people to access Centrelink and other government services for people who don't have computers at home. And by the way, there's probably something like 15 to 20% of our community that don't use computers devices at home, and they really rely on the libraries. There's many other things that we do there around the creative domain, online books. You don't have to visit the library to get your books now. You can download them and borrow them that way. So There are so many services that our libraries offer. This is one of the most beneficial services we do. I just can't encourage people enough to get involved. Please find some time over the holidays to do so that we can actually make this consultation period worthwhile, and I look forward to us getting the final plan and strategy coming back to us.
Thank you, Councillor Riley. Councillor Tapanos?
Yes, briefly, I concur with Councillor Riley's comments and encourage the community to participate in this consultation. It is true that our libraries are so well utilised, and it's not just about books. In fact, libraries are changing now. Community spaces, they offer meeting rooms, computers. My printer's broken at home, so I've been into the Brunswick Library a fair bit over the last couple of weeks to actually use the computers and to print out material. So people go there for all types of usages, and the material beyond books is changing as well, whether it's audio books and many DVDs and stuff like that is being offered now for a number of years at libraries, including a very large collection in different languages as well. So our libraries are great community hubs. That's the way I see them. They certainly bring the community together and offer so much support and services. And I'm really hoping that what I know about the value that the community has in our public libraries will come through in the consultation period as well. So I encourage everyone to participate and just tell us exactly what you love about Morelands Libraries and what we can do better.
Thank you, Councillor Tapanos. You can propose an amendment.
Yes, that's what I'd like to propose, is to change the 13th of January to the 13th of February.
Councillor Riley, you okay with that?
Just want to check. I'm happy to accommodate that because of what I've already said, Councillor Bolton. I just want to check with officers that.
The Renican officer in advice.
Thank you. Just through the Mayor. So if there's a resetting of that date, what we would request is that you include a resetting of the council action plan item, because we're meeting those deadlines, and that's what is driving that. So if there is a desire to make it 13th of February, could you also include and resets the council action plan deadline by a month to enable this?
That's what I'd like to propose.
I'm happy to accept that on those terms.
I'm happy to accept that.
Crazy,
yes,
consulting that exact worst period for families.
Thanks.
Fantastic. Are there any councillors who would like to speak against the motion? I just wanted to add that I also want to encourage everybody to engage with the consultation, but also to engage with the libraries themselves. The libraries, and this hasn't been mentioned so far, are cool, as in environmentally not stiflingly hot like today was. I had the pleasure of being able to see a film called Defiant Lives with a group of people at the Brunswick Library recently, and it was so cold by the end of the hour and a half that I needed to put a cardigan on. But also, the Coburg Library has recently had a bit of a lick of paint and some new carpet installed. The libraries are vibrant, exciting places to hang out in, and so I hope we're going to hear back that the community reflects that as well. We're looking forward to developing our libraries in the city because we understand the importance of libraries, and part of the Wheat Sheaf proposal is specifically geared at the library. There's been lots and lots of research done about the importance of reading on every level, but that the diversity that libraries offer in terms of, you know, everything from education to social cohesion and, you know, community, and I mean the libraries after dark, there's a bunch of really good stuff happening. So unless there's anyone else that would like to speak to this motion, I'll put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Declare that carried. Glad you're happy, Nick. DEP 118, multi-use facility at 33 Saxon Street, Brunswick, concept plan, council action plan item, and Councillor Riley is on his feet.
Yeah, I'd like to move the officer's motion as listed in the agenda.
Do I have a seconder?
I'm happy to second, but I have an amendment as well.
So Councillor Dorney has seconded. If you'd like to then... Councillor Tapanos, would you like to present the amendment?
Yeah, sorry for the late circulation of this.
30 seconds.
So to insert dot point 3, refer short-term initiatives and interventions associated with and consistent with design concept option C to the 2019-20 council budget process for consideration.
Do you need to
I'm,
see an issue?
I'm happy to accept that amendment. Agreeable to the second.
Yeah. Okay, good. So we've managed to incorporate your amendment, Councillor Tapanos. Councillor Riley, would you like to speak to the motion?
Just briefly, this is again another major piece of work that's been coming for some time. The area that we're talking about, often referred to as site works, is a multi-use facility. It's being made active. It's right next to our Brunswick Baths, and we're looking to sort of make it more open. The community have voted very strongly for the most expensive option, which is option C, and you can see in the plan, in the agenda, what that entails. It means keeping the heritage building, means having a dedicated building which would allow for multiple uses. There's a lot of commercial activity we're wanting to bring into that space, also to provide, not just to support our enterprises and industry, but also to cost recover some of the management of the site. And we're also very keenly negotiating and talking to Brunswick Neighbourhood House about getting them accommodated, because they have had accommodation issues for a very long time, and they're looking very excitedly at, I met with them yesterday, they're looking very excitedly at the prospect of going into this new facility. The big challenge for us will be funding it and getting it built in the timelines that we've had, so that we'll have it in 7 or 8 years' time. But it's a major undertaking, and I look forward to the instigation of this motion tonight, which will actually get that work going, and we'll start to see some of the planning coming to fruition and firming up, because there's still many variables we need to get right. So I want to just affirm all the officers and all the work that the community have provided and their feedback and the officers in preparing this.
Thank you, Councillor Riley. Councillor Dorney, would you like to speak to the motion?
Yeah. So I'm really pleased that option C was chosen by the community. I think, yes, it's the most expensive option, but it's actually the option that will receive the most financially back from also. There's a really strong triple bottom line in this option. We're seeing really good environmental, social and financial outcomes, more public open space, more commercial floor space, hence the income. Major works including really enhancing the multi-use and community use facilities that we have available, and Councillor Riley talked about potentially neighbourhood houses and other services being located on the site. So I can't wait to actually see the day when we open this facility.
Thank you, Councillor Dorney. Councillor Tapanos.
Thank you, Mayor and Councillors. I'm really pleased to see this here tonight and to see that the community has voted for option C. It's a long time now, probably I believe it might have been 2010, when I remember, it's actually one of my fondest memories on council, rushing to get to a special council meeting that lasted for 5 minutes. And the decision we made that night in 2010 was to purchase this land, to purchase Saxon Street. And it wasn't something that we had worked towards, it was an opportunistic purchase. But we recognised then, and it's proven true now, that it was such a valuable strategic parcel of land. Many times councils in the distant past have sold off their assets, and we recognised that we needed to snap this up because of its location, because it was right into the centre of a community hub, with our town hall, with our swimming pool, with our library, with the Mechanics Institute. And the possibilities for its future are endless, and certainly we've engaged in a lot of consultation with the community about what we can see here. And it's no surprise that option C, the biggest, the most expensive, but certainly the best option, has been selected. So I'm really pleased, and I would like to see that council now commits to this investment that's required to get this up and running. There's no doubt that every aspect of this community hub is required, and we have a growing population. So whether it's community neighbourhood house, whether it's community services, whether it's open space that came across so strongly in the consultation, all of those elements are so much valued and required by our community. So I'm really pleased to see that is incorporated. And what I think that we are getting is not just the preservation of the historical house, but opening up of the historical house so it could be seen and the vistas to the historical house could be appreciated. But we're also getting a lot more open space in the precinct, and that's really valued just off Sydney Road. It's a big project, it's going to be big dollars, but we shouldn't just be idle until that time comes. We need to undertake smaller initiatives on the site and start working towards that project now, and that's why the additional dot point was added tonight, because there's a whole range of small things that could occur in the next budget process that would just make the space more usable, more friendly and more inviting to the community. And I speak of things like just removing the old school fence and opening it up. Things like that will go a long way. So I'm really excited about what is going to be produced here. And this is going to be an asset that future councils will be talking about, and we'll be talking about the visionary aspect that we had in getting this done.
Thank you, Councillor Tapanos. Are there any councillors who wish to speak against the motion? So I'm going to put that to the vote. All those in favour? Against, and declare that carried. Sorry? Would like to have that noted as unanimous. Thank you, Sally. DCF 218, properties without specific height guidance. Councillor Martin.
Yep, I'm happy to move an amendment which has been circulated to councillors earlier on today. If I have a seconder, I'm happy to talk to it.
Councillor Riley.
Yep. So essentially, I think this is a valuable piece of work. We recognise that there's a number of properties across the city that don't have height guidance on them. The abnormalities, and we need to rectify this situation, especially for the residents who are abutting these sites. What this resolution does is it seeks to take the officer's advice and proceed through the Moreland Planning Policy Framework, but also I have a slight concern that there may be some sites that are a higher priority and may need the certainty of specific height guidance through something like a DDO. So what this does is it actually asks, in addition to the officers what the officers have put forward, it is actually asking for a further report, and I should note that that's at the March 2019 council meeting, just to actually provide some additional guidance and potential options for an expedited amendment timeline to provide that certainty in that height guidance for those higher priority sites. So I really do think that this is a much needed piece of work, and I know it's been highlighted a number of times, and I really think as a council, to residents who are abutting those particular properties, we have a responsibility to them to make sure that we do actually have height guidance and we have protections in there to make sure that they get appropriate developments built next to them.
Thank you, Councillor Martin. Councillor Riley, would you like to speak to this motion? Thank you. Are there any other councillors? Are there any councillors who would like to speak against the motion? So I'll put the motion to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Declare that carried. I'll now move to DCF 318, Florence Street, Brunswick Parklet. Do I have a mover for this report?
Yeah. Oh, I just want to slide in.
You can move it.
Okay. Councillor Dorney?
Yep. So I'd like to move with a slight amendment, which is on the screen at point 5.
And Councillor Riley is seconding. Thank you.
Ultimately I want to accept the officer's recommendations that the community has spoken and that the parklet is going to remain in Florence Street, a slightly amended version of that. This was a joyful report to read. All the words on, I think it's page 182, all the words you want to see in a community consultation featured in communities' responses to how the Parklet program made them feel. Relaxed, communal, happy was like in the sound, word cloud was the biggest word. So basically it's a thrill to put forward that we will be installing that permanently. Sorry, I've just been talking and...
No, it's fine, because Councillor Riley said...
Okay, good, right.
Keep talking. We've got 2 minutes to go.
Okay.
You don't have to use it all.
Right, it's okay. My only amendment is that in the consultation, there was a really strong theme out of the 402 community members surveyed. 99. There was talk about becoming a permanent park, and 99% of those 402 residents said that they would love to see a permanent park in that street. So my amendment is just around providing an update, closing the communication feedback loop with residents on the positive outcomes of this consultation, but also following, there's a little bit of detail around development at 8 Florence Street and how we need to really know what's happening there and when works are going to start before we can look at the feasibility of a permanent park. So it's just about communicating that to our residents who may not be watching this now or reading the agenda. So,
thank you, Councillor Dorney. Councillor Riley, would you like to... No? Would anybody like to speak against the motion? So, considering the time, I'm going to put that motion to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Declare that carried. CEO 118, Fossil Fuel Divestment Strategy Action Plan 2019-2021. Do I have a mover for this report? Councillor Bolton?
I don't want to add a lot, but what is very pleasing with this report is that it's a bit more specific about what we're doing and a timeline for achieving certain things.
Sorry, Sue, I just need a second.
Oh, sorry.
I'm happy to second.
Councillor Martin is seconding. Sorry, Sue, go on.
So this is a process which began a few years ago during the last council to try and shift council's financial services and transaction services to non-fossil fuel banks. Most of the banks which council has banked with are banks which invest heavily in fossil fuel, and this is probably only a fairly newly emerging area of banks which are not investing in fossil fuel, offering services. So initially, after we passed this policy, we continued investing with the Commonwealth Bank, and then earlier this year we had another contract with Westpac. But I think I called for this report to come back to council, and I feel quite happy with this report that it is starting to move us in the right direction with some targets about increasing the percentage of council's banking services which are with non-fossil fuel banks, and also trying to gain an understanding of what services the non-fossil fuel banks offer and whether there is a potential for those banks to offer the full range of services that council requires. Council is in a bit of a different situation to other organisations which have divested from fossil fuel, because other organisations have shares in companies. Council doesn't have shares in companies. So this is more to do with council's banking services, because the shares issue is sort of irrelevant. We don't hold shares. So anyway, I'd just like to support this report and look forward to further progress when the next report comes to council.
Thank you, Councillor Bolton. Councillor Martin?
Oh, no, I'm okay.
I've just got a slight amendment.
Yes, would you like to propose the amendment, Councillor Dorney?
I'd like to propose the amendment. It's point 3. Should I read it out?
Sure.
So in the context of the climate emergency, develops communications in plain English with the community, which enables them to see the challenges, constraints and opportunities council faces in addressing divestment from fossil fuel investments, especially for transactional banking services.
Is that satisfactory, Councillor Bolton?
Yeah.
Great. So the third point has been incorporated into the motion. Are there any councillors who would like to speak against the motion? No? So I'm just going to put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Declare that carried. Next is DCI 5018, Public Drinking Fountain Update. Do I
move this?
Councillor Bolton, yes.
With one small amendment, also I will need to defer to the director to make sure this doesn't already happen. I'd like to add an extra point that the map of the locations of drinking fountains be published on the council website. Is that already happened? Or, I mean, it's already in the document, so if it,
through the Mayor, it's something we're going to work on in, maybe a live map or an updated map. So it's not just hidden within the agenda going forward. It's not something currently on the website, though. It's something we'll work towards putting on the website.
maybe then I might add this in. I mean, even though I know within the organisation that's the intention, but just for the sake of clarity in the motion, I think having the locations on the council website is really important, especially for people who might be organising...
Sorry, Councillor Bolton, I'll just get a seconder. Councillor Martin, keep going. Sorry, Sue.
I mean, especially for people who might be in a position where they're taking people with disability on an outing or groups of children on an outing so that they can find out, have a look at the council website and find out not only where public toilets are located, but also where drinking fountains are located. And certainly in a previous job I was in, where I used to transport people with disability on outings, I mean, that sort of information is really important to plan, what outdoor facilities are accessible for people with disability, and access to public water fountains is part of that.
Thank you, Councillor Bolton. Councillor Martin, would you like to speak to the motion?
Just to Councillor Bolton's final dot point, I think it's a great addition. I think it would be fantastic to combine these locations with some of the other work that we've previously put through the chamber, especially in relation to public toilets and accessible venues.
Are there any councillors who would like to speak against the motion? Councillor Davidson?
It's not to speak against, but it's to add an additional point, possibly an amendment.
Would you like to propose the amendment?
That council provide a briefing to councillors in relation to the proposed future urban locations, and councillors have input into those proposed locations. I think given Councillor Bolton's...
I'd be happy with that.
Thank you. And Councillor Bolton's interest in the heatwave policy and the effects it has on our elderly residents, I think councillor input into particularly the activity centres and where those drinking fountains go.
Can I just take a comment from Narina about this?
I just want to clarify this.
Yeah.
So the way that's worded at the moment, compared to also what's in the report gives us guidance that will mean we put more in as we go. What you've written there suggests that we need to each time come and do a briefing to council. It's not going to be practical to do that every time, because this is going to be part of our normal business when we roll a project out. Do you think maybe we could maybe reframe that as to, within X period of time, provide a briefing that gives you a sense or an update?
I'm not seeking a briefing for every single time.
That's right. That's what I didn't think you were, but I thought we'd better just clarify that. And
it's just so that councillors can have input into the future direction of some of the more urban and major activity centre locations for drinking fountains.
So may I make a suggestion in the words? So if it's fine, I'll just suggest some words to you.
I've got a suggestion as well.
So to provide an update briefing within, now for this to be meaningful, probably 12 months' time.
Briefing to update
or 6 months'
councillors?
time, let's say, 6 months' time. So an update briefing within 6 months' time to councillors on the preferred rollout or the proposed rollout, and that's then an opportunity to see what's happening and how it's happening on the ground and what sort of input there might be.
Yes, that would be good. Okay, thank you.
Councillor Bolton, did you want to make your suggestion, or are you happy with those words?
Oh, no, I think that's fine.
Yep. So is there anybody that would like to speak against this motion? No? So I'm going to put the motion to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Declare that carried. DCI 5118, funding reserve for treatment of soil contamination on council projects. Do I have a mover for this report? Councillor Tapanos, and seconded by Councillor Riley.
Try Martin.
Sorry, Martin. Sorry, I don't know your names. Tapanos and Martin. Councillor Tapanos, would you like to speak to the motion?
Just briefly, but I think it's a great initiative to be able to create a bit of a fund. Quite often we get caught out in our major capital works projects because we have soil contamination. So to be able to create a fund and have some money there ready to go to be able to undertake some of these projects and to ensure that we don't get caught out again is quite important. So I commend it to the council.
Thank you, Councillor Tapanos. Councillor Martin?
Yeah, and I just adding to that, I think it's really important, when we do start looking at potential projects like turning industrial sites into parks and those sort of things, I think it's really important for the safety of the community that these sort of things, especially the treatment works, are done and they're done quickly to remove any problems of contamination.
Thank you, Councillor Martin. Are there any councillors that would like to speak against the motion? No. I'll put that to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Declare that carried. The next report is DCD 318, Brunswick Baths Weekend Extended Hours Response to Notice of Motion 5118.
I move the recommendation as listed in the agenda.
Councillor Riley to second. Councillor Tapanos, would you like to speak to the motion?
Very, very briefly. I keep saying that the library and the synthetic pitch are some of our most utilised facilities, but certainly the Brunswick Baths is right up there. And look, we've had a request to extend.
Any more on the list?
Look, the ones in my ward in Brunswick. Certainly, we've had a request from residents to extend the opening hours during summer on the weekends. So this is putting that into action. It's quite important to be able to provide our residents with an opportunity to go for a swim or to use the gym facilities, particularly at times when they're heavily utilised by other patrons. So I think opening up earlier in the mornings would be very, very much welcomed. I must say it's only a trial over the summer period, but I certainly hope that it would be something that we would be able to put into the contract going forward and have those hours permanently. But let's see what the utilisation is. Let's see if the community embraces the additional hours and make that decision early next year.
Thank you, Councillor Tapanos. Councillor Riley, would you like to speak to the motion? Are there any councillors who would like to speak against the motion? No further debate. I will put that to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Declare that carried. DCD 418, preparations for Councillor Bolton's on her feet. Extreme heat in the 2018-19 summer, response to notice of motion 5318.
So I'd like to move this
just get your
resolution with...
just a minute.
Oh,
sorry, do you want to put the amendment and then we'll get you a seconder? Sorry.
With a slight change to point 2. So at the end of point 2, add the words, in addition, this report considers whether the vulnerable group, as defined in Moreland's heat plan, needs to be expanded to include other vulnerable groups in the community who aren't currently included in this in the current definition.
Thank you, Councillor Bolton. Is there a seconder? Councillor Carly Hannon?
I'm glad this report has come to council. I still believe there will be more work that we'll need to do on this issue in the future, especially if, as may be the case, we might have a summer of really extreme heat like the Northern Hemisphere experienced. I still we will definitely need the list of council venues that might be suitable to be used as, to provide relief from heat. I don't believe that if we have extended periods of extreme heat, that our libraries and the current facilities we have to cater for people seeking to escape from the heat enough if we go for more extended periods of extreme heat. So I think this work is absolutely needed, and I've included in a re-examination of the definition of vulnerable groups, because I think there are groups that aren't captured in the current definition, and particularly people who might be on low incomes, like as in maybe unemployed people who might have mental health issues or whatever, where people are just simply not able to go out and seek the means to become cool if they live in an uncooled house, and people can be severely impacted on by the heat. So I think that's needed. I mean, certainly in the future, I'd like to see us look at how we use our community bus to facilitate vulnerable groups accessing cool venues in periods of extreme heat. I actually think there's probably a whole lot of things that not just Moreland but state government should be doing, but I'd like to see this work continue and to really address extreme heat as an emergency in the same way that floods and fires are treated.
Thank you, Councillor Bolton. Councillor Carly Hannon, would you like to speak to the motion? Is there anyone that would like to speak against the motion? If there's no further debate, I'll put that to the vote. All those in favour? Against? I declare that carried, and could it please be recorded as unanimous? Thank you.
Yeah, probably couldn't, I don't think.
Okay, that's okay. Thank you. The next report is DCF 418, the new Joneses pop-up activation in Moreland, response to notice of motion 4918. Councillor Dorney?
I'd like to move an amendment or some additional points, which are points 3 and 4. Do you want me to read them out, or are you happy to?
I think everybody's got them, don't they? Yes. Is anyone willing to second Councillor Dorney's? Thank you, Councillor Riley. Councillor Dorney, would you like to speak to the motion?
Yes, so this is in response to a notice of motion that I put forward in October, which is looking at just what collaboration or partnership opportunities may be possible with the new Joneses, which is a pop-up lifestyle tiny home that travels around Victoria, teaching the community and letting them touch and feel in really fun ways what living a big life on little impact can be like. Really inspiring changes for lots of different communities and a range, real diverse membership of the community as well, from school children running school tours through to being able to engage with businesses on basically whatever you want. You can tailor it. So Moreland could engage, particularly thinking about our waste and litter strategy, our zero carbon evolution. There's lots of strategies and messaging that we could include in this partnership. So my notice of motion is firstly just accepting all of the officer's recommendations, accepting that there are limitations in Illan Lane, Brunswick, where there was talk of maybe looking at activating that site. It will be quite costly to do that, so recognising that we are still doing our strategic work on what sort of behaviour change actions we are wanting to see in Zookie. So recognising that work's still happening and still needs to happen, and we don't want to be jumping the gun on anything. But I would just like to, my third point is including economic development, festivals and events, as well as Moreland Energy Foundation and series, particularly the educational outreach program, along with our environmentally sustainable development team, just to get in a room and kind of flesh this out a little bit more and see if we could maybe, I don't know, just what more ideas come about, and to receive a report on that, and if there's any different estimated budgets for that at the May Council meeting in 2019. That also will be with the New Joneses as well, as all those stakeholders mentioned and different teams.
Thank you, Councillor Donny. Councillor Riley, would you like to speak as the seconder? Are there any councillors that would like to speak against the motion? I'll put that to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Declare that carried. The next item is CEO 218, the Financial Management Report for the period ended October 2018, the cyclical report. Do I have a mover for this? Councillor Kavanagh, a seconder? Councillor Martin? Councillor Kavanagh, would you like to speak to the motion?
Just very briefly to say that these reports continue to be really well presented and really give a very good picture on a monthly basis.
Thank you, Councillor Kavanagh. Councillor Martin, would you like to speak to the motion? Any other councillors like to speak against the motion? No further debate. I'll put that to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Declare that carried. DBT 218, the Governance Report, December 18 cyclical report. Do I have a councillor that would like to move this report? Councillor Carly Hannon? Councillor Riley? Councillor Carly Hannon, would you like to speak to it? Yep.
I just commend the office for these various reports and encourage people to check them out. I just want to flag that there's the Zuki, the Zero Carbon Evolution 2020 refresh in there, which I think is really important. But I'm really looking forward to us as a council marrying up our communications and the messaging we have around the climate emergency and with our Zuki. And over time, I'm sure we'll start to work on that. I just wanted to sort of flag that as something I'm really looking forward to.
Thank you, Councillor Riley. Are there any councillors that would like to speak against this motion? So I'll put that to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Declare that carried. CEO 318, Page Street, Coburg, abandon proposed discontinuance and commence procedures to place permanent barriers on the road. Is there a mover for this report?
I'd be happy to move it.
Councillor Bolton?
Except you need some councillors in the committee.
Yep, that's fine.
So I'm not sure if other people have thought if they'd be prepared to go on that committee to hear submissions. I'd be happy to be one of them.
I'd probably suggest North East Ward councillors, unless anyone...
You can make sure.
Yep, sure. And I'm happy to second that as well. So if we could just nominate the North East Ward councillors and me as... There's only 4, isn't there, required? So that is me anyway, because I'm the mayor and the North East Ward. Councillor Bolton, would you like to speak to the motion?
Not really extensively. I mean, the report isn't pursuing road discontinuance, but it is it does include the use of bollards so that the road won't become a general traffic road, but really just for businesses that absolutely need access to it, for businesses and shops that absolutely need access to it. So given that, I'm happy to support this resolution. If it was for a general road, I would be opposed, because I am opposed to the intermingling of road cars and pedestrians as was initially proposed with Page Street, but I'm happy to accept this, given that there are a couple of premises where there's no other access other than through Page Street.
Thank you, Councillor Bolton. As the seconder, I just wanted to clarify that it's a little bit confusing because it's a double negative, but what we're doing is endeavouring to investigate closing the road. So just in case, there was quite a lot of energy around this initially when it came to us, and it's been quite a long process. So I just wanted to clarify that we're not abandoning discontinuance. Doesn't mean reopening the road. It means looking at commencing the process to permanently close the road. So is there anyone that would like to speak against this motion? Okay, so I'll put that to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Declare that carried. Proposed right-of-way discontinuance, CEO 418, proposed right-of-way discontinuance and sale adjoining 28 and 30 Bell Street, Coburg.
I'll move that with the North East Ward Council.
Yep, Carly Hannon, and do I have a seconder for that? Or I'm happy to second that from the chair. Councillor Carly Hannon, would you like to speak to the motion? No, so just clarifying, we've got the North East Ward councillors in that one. I'll also reserve the right to speak to it. Are there any councillors that would like to speak against the motion? So I'll put that to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Declare that carried. DCF 518, contract 744ST, Dunstan Reserve Pavilion. Councillor Riley, refurbishment. Do I have a seconder for that report? Councillor Tapanos. Councillor Riley, would you like to speak to it?
Just want to commend it and look forward to the works beginning.
Councillor Tapanos?
Yes, likewise, I was there a few months ago to observe a football game, and I was taken around to see some of the existing facilities and was quite shocked to see the facilities that I guess that do exist, and it's not uncommon for those types of facilities to exist right across our city. And with more juniors teams and women's teams, particularly in soccer, I think it is timely that we are upgrading change rooms facilities, and I'm really pleased to see that we're awarding this tender, and I'm sure that all of the new teams, particularly juniors and women's teams, will really appreciate modern inclusive change rooms that weren't built, many, many years ago without them in mind.
Thank you, Councillor Tapanos. Are there any councillors that would like to speak against the motion? So I'll put that to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Declare that carried. Happy again. DCF 618, contract 737T, the Walter Street Depot refurbishment. Do I have a councillor who would like to move this report? I'm happy to move it as the Mayor. A seconder? Councillor Martin? I will just say very briefly that this will mean that everybody will have a desk and no one will have a desk in a hallway. Would you like to speak as the seconder, Councillor Martin?
No, thank you.
Excellent. Would anyone like to speak against this motion? Desk in the hallway. Or a desk, hopefully.
Sorry.
Anyone like to speak against this motion? I'll put this to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Declare that carried. So I now need to move, that concludes the presentation of officer reports, and I'd like to move on to the notices of motion. And we've already done the first notice of motion, which was the Clifton Park protective fencing, and the second notice of motion, which was the East Brunswick Village. So I'll move to notice of motion 5718, which is the ICANN Cities Appeal, which I'm moving. And if I have a seconder, I'll speak to it briefly. Councillor Bolton? So this is pretty straightforward. We've already paid our respects to this campaign, which is the International Campaign Against Nuclear Weapons, but they're formalising the city's appeal and asked the council to pledge its support, and asked other councils, and some councils are beginning to do that. So I just wanted to formalise that we do that we do pledge that we do support the ICANN Cities Appeal. I had a visit from these people, and it's pretty straightforward. I don't think I need to go on about it. Councillor Bolton?
I don't really feel a need to say very much, other than that in these times there isn't much discussion about nuclear weapons, but the nuclear weapons that do exist still pose a big threat to the world, and there is a massive, massive stockpile of nuclear weapons. And so I think we should absolutely back this. We've already passed the motion once. This is sort of maybe tidying up the signing of the letter or something from Moreland Council, but I certainly think we should maintain our support for this campaign.
Thank you, Councillor Bolton. Are there any councillors that would like to speak against the motion? Put that to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Declare that carried. Thanks, Harley. The next item is notice of motion 5818, the 30th anniversary of Triple Z. Councillor Bolton?
So this motion reads that Council notes the tremendous achievement and contribution of 3ZZZ radio station and ethnic broadcasting to the multicultural community of Moreland. Secondly, makes contact with 3ZZZ to offer support for 3ZZZ's anniversary activities such as advertising on Council's website and exploring actions such as hosting a discussion in Brunswick Library with a guest speaker on the history of 3ZZZ, and probably the words 30th anniversary should be inserted in there. As I've got a seconder,
I'll second that.
I think
Councillor Carly Hannon is seconding.
3ZZZ has had a long association with Moreland, although it's only recently that they've been physically located in our locality. A couple of years back they moved to Moreland from where they were in Fitzroy, I think it was. But this station still, even in the internet age, still plays an important role with broadcasting in community languages. And in a lot of ways, I'd like to see Moreland establish an even closer link with 3ZZZ community radio station. Certainly some of the programmers have expressed to me that they'd like to see Council use the station to communicate important information via the different community languages. And you know, the tremendous achievement of this is that, like other community radio stations, this is all volunteer run, over 300 volunteer programmers in all sorts of languages. And I certainly think we should see what we can do to help with or support the various anniversary activities. I'm not sure that they've worked out a full program, but certainly one thing which would be very interesting for Moreland residents would be hosting something on the history of how 3ZZZ came about. There was a big struggle to develop this station, you know, that started off in the early 80s, then was defunded, then they had to run a sort of guerrilla station from the bottom of Trades Hall, and then they got refunded as 3ZZZ. So I think this is a really important motion to, you know, bring parts of our community together.
Thank you, Councillor Bolton. Councillor Carly Hannon, would you like to speak to it as a seconder?
I think that Councillor Bolton said everything that there is to say, but I'll just quickly add that it's also a really important radio station for helping to maintain these languages in communities and also for those that want to learn these languages.
Great, thanks. I'd like to propose an amendment, an extra point 3 that reads, propose $2,000 in sponsorship funds to offset logistical costs for the celebration.
Accepted.
Have you got that? Great. So I'll also speak to the motion just to say that I had the pleasure as Councillor Kavanagh's deputy last year of attending the 29th birthday party at the radio station, and we heard about the plans to have a big celebration and also the journey and the evolution of the radio station from double Z to triple Z. And I think that it's a real no-brainer that Moreland City Council would support a radio station like this in the city, considering the difference that they've made in terms of one of our main goals, which is to do with social cohesion. So I'm really keen to be able to support this motion, and I think that adding a little bit of money helps them. Well, it cleans up the process, meaning that it doesn't have to come back and ask for the money later, but also means that they've got something to work with in terms of what kind of party they put on. Are there any councillors who would like to speak against the motion? No? I'll put that motion to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Declare that carried. Notice of motion 5918, support for asylum seekers. Councillor Bolton.
The council explores further measures to practically assist asylum seekers, such as meeting with the Brotherhood of St Lawrence to discuss participation in the employment pathways for people seeking asylum program, with a view to an allocation of money in the council's budget. Discussing practical support for asylum seekers in this situation with the Northern Alliance of Councils, and discussing with Darebin Council how its community passport for asylum seekers and refugees works, to see if this would be useful to implement in Moreland.
And I'm happy to second this. Councillor Bolton, would you like to speak to the motion?
Oh, good. Thank you for that, for seconding the motion. I think this is particularly because of the situation where a very large number of asylum seekers throughout Australia have been chopped off all income support. They never received that much income support. They only, unless they could find work, they were only ever eligible for something like 75–80% of New Start allowance, which is really nothing. But now even that little tiny shred of support has been stripped away, is being progressively stripped away from different categories of asylum seekers, with the next group to lose access to any income support at all being families with children. And I've had a meeting with the Brotherhood of St Lawrence to discuss their programs. I mean, currently council does support the Stepping Stones program, which is around assisting refugees into small businesses. But this Employment Pathways program is really for people who really can't even dream at the moment of setting up a little business. They really need work, they need assistance to be able to get into work, and support to get into work. There is a lot of discrimination, and I think this is something we should explore. I mean, at the moment we're in between, our budget for this year, current financial year, is already passed, but we need to sort of look at to see what we can do in this area. Secondly, the issue of the community passport for asylum seekers in Darebin. I think probably Darebin gives the same sorts of support as Moreland does, but that I understand the community passport is a way of, what asylum seekers get access to is all within this one little passport kind of document. So it's really easy to work out what services there are that can be accessed. And I think especially for this group of people who are so vulnerable and have so little income, there's a need to bring it all together in one little document. So we certainly should investigate that.
I'm wondering if you're amenable to an extra point D that reads that council allocate $1,000 towards the joint council advocacy project being conducted by the Joint Mayoral Task Force.
Yeah.
So I'll speak to the motion. There's quite a lot of misinformation involved in this, but I didn't feel like I couldn't second it because I've been involved in this work since July this year, where the City of Dandenong held the first mayoral roundtable, which has resulted in 18 member councils being forming a group which is called the Local Government Mayoral Task Force Supporting People Seeking Asylum. There are 18 member councils, including 6 executive members, of which Moreland City Council is one, and we've been meeting monthly, and the most recent meeting was the 5th of December in this room. The next cuts are expected to be on the 24th of December, unbelievably, and recently Hume Council and Hobson's Bay Council joined, and I also have heard support from the local member for Wills, who understands the situation for people who are seeking asylum or asylum seekers. There's a little bit of, there needs to be a correction made that the current chair is actually Councillor Ros Blades, who is the new mayor of the City of Dandenong, but also that the money that the people who are getting this benefit, the figure is $35 a week, and once they're cut off, they're invited to reapply, but no one's actually being successful with the reapplication. Regarding the community passport, this work has been discussed at length with what we're calling the Northern Alliance, which is a smaller group of the mayoral task force, which have been meeting over at Darebin Council. The community passport expired about 3 years ago, and I've heard back from the diversity officer here at council that we are already providing quite a lot of extra stuff for asylum seekers and refugees, and also meeting to support stuff like a hub that's been created in Whittlesea, and now the Asylum Seeker Resource Centre is creating another hub out in Dandenong and asking for people to come and be involved in basically helping them to provide what's required. The implications of these cuts is that at a local municipal level, it means that the pool of resources has more people needing to take from it. And it means that the resources are stretched further for everybody. It's quite remarkable to be involved in this work because it's really hard to understand how these cuts are even happening. And sometimes people want to say that it doesn't concern local government. And I just want to stress that it does concern local government because it impacts on the whole community. The other thing that I just want to finally say is that I've run out of time. So ask everyone to please get involved in the Back Your Neighbour campaign, and that's what the $1,000 is. We've already given $5,000, which was a resolution in the chamber. Thank you for indulging me, Councillor Tapnos. Are there any councillors who would like to speak against this motion? Are there any other councillors that would like to support the motion? No further debate. I'll put that to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Declare that carried. So we've dealt with notice of motion 6018, which is flooding in Michael and Saxon. We move on to notice of motion 6118, change of name, Maternal Child and Health Service. Councillor Davidson.
Thank you. So the motion, I will propose a slight amendment to it. And the slight amendment is that Council continues to work collaboratively with key stakeholders on a name change of the Maternal Child and Health Services name that is more inclusive for parents, particularly fathers. And then there's a second point as well, that the proposed financial cost be incorporated, which we don't know what it is as yet, which is a bit of a problem because that wasn't included in the report, that the proposed financial cost be incorporated in the 2019-2020 budget bid. And if I have a seconder, I can speak to it.
Councillor Kavanagh.
So there's been already a little bit of discussion around this in the past, and this came to my attention at the 100th year anniversary of the Maternal Child Health Services, which I attended when I was Mayor at the start of this term. So it was something that was brought to my attention by the service itself. The service has a really proud and long history which has grown with the advancements of science and understanding about child's development and their needs, and the family unit. But the name of the service fails to reflect our current standing in society in relation to parents and the roles of parental responsibility surrounding children. The name, I believe, is archaic, and instead a more gender-neutral name around parenting and the service that is so essential to children's development and well-being at their early developmental ages is going to be something that's more reflective of where we are as a society. The report states that it's a universal common name, and it is. But that's also a problem because it doesn't reflect the role that fathers play or caregivers play in raising children and having a gendered neutral name for such an important service. And coming from a place where I want to avoid gendered stereotypes, because I believe they're highly dangerous, and we've seen so much literature and a Royal Commission into domestic violence, and we know that gendered stereotypes are dangerous and a predominant cause of violence against women. This is where it comes from. It doesn't come from a place where I'm trying to change the names of titles of people in the profession. That's totally, if that's alluded to in the report, that's not where I'm coming from at all. I might reserve the right to close the debate later if needed, but I just wanted to give a brief background about my reasonings for this.
Thank you, Councillor Davidson. Councillor Kavanagh?
No, I'm happy to. Yep.
Reserve. Are there any councillors who would like to speak against this motion? Councillor Carly Hannon.
So I commend Councillor Davidson for bringing this motion to the chamber. I think that this is a really interesting debate, and I do hope that it continues to be civilised and that we recognise that there are good intentions on both sides. So I have thought about this issue a lot and spoken to many people. I've come to the decision to vote against it at this time. The reason being that, while I think it's very important to be father inclusive, and I'm very happy with the changes that we are seeing, not only in maternal and child health services, but in a whole range of the early years services and family service that we provide, to continue to adapt to modern families and to, again, those changing gender roles. I think it's important to note that fathers play a really important role in supporting, not only in their own fathering role, but also in supporting new mothers. And we need to continue to empower fathers to take ownership of this role, without losing sight, however, of the important health considerations for new mothers. So the thing about maternal and child health services is they're not specifically about parenting. They're a service for health of the mother and of the baby. So I firmly agree with the idea that fathers should be actively involved in all that the pregnancy, birth and new parenting process entails. My husband has been to all of our prenatal appointments, and unfortunately for me, he cannot continue to share in the role of carrying or delivering the baby. So I do think, that would be great. I do think that because women are still the ones who do give birth, it is important to recognise that it is a health service that, as well as providing assistance with emotional and social support such as depression or family violence, it also helps with things like mastitis, UTIs, pelvic pain, tears, all the things that I have to look forward to post-labour recovery. And the other thing about the sector is, in terms of that stuff around the nurses, they do have that midwifery component, and that is why they are quite attached to that name of the maternal and child health services. That did come around in the 1950s, and I would love to continue that discussion with the sector. The biggest reason why I'm not prepared to change at the moment is because I do work in the community health sector, and we are going through a lot of changes at the moment. So there's already names like family services, child first, early parenting services, and currently with changes like Orange Door bringing things together and things like that, there's so many changes occurring at the moment that, speaking to the sector, they've really just said, we don't need another change at the moment. That's it.
Thank you, Councillor Carly Hannon. I'm going to speak in support of the motion. I'm sure it's not as bad as all that, Liv, you'll be fine. But the point that I'd like to make is that when the baby arrives, if the baby is being raised by two men and has two fathers, the baby still needs to learn how to take to a teat and learn how to feed and have its little umbilical cord checked out regularly and learn how to get swaddled and learn when it doesn't want to get swaddled and all of that stuff that is a really important part of the early days of a baby's life. And men are capable of learning those things, and they're very likely to learn that stuff at the baby health centre, which is what I've always named it, and maybe it's because I'm older and I had my kids ages ago. So I absolutely think that the intention is right and just, and maybe this is one of those things that's left over from a time that has long passed, where we will evolve and have a more inclusive kind of scenario with these centres. And, you know, sometimes we're super progressive and sometimes we're playing catch up, but I think this is one of those occasions where we're being super progressive, and I'm very inclined to support the motion. Councillor Dorney?
I would also, I rise to support the motion as well. I particularly, I feel much more comfortable with this amendment in that I feel like the conversation needs to be had. There's definitely, we're not, as Helen said, the intent of this name change is coming from a really good place. I see that maybe it could be that maternal and child health service, like it still stays there, but just the addition of family, or there's just something that makes it more inclusive, because maternal child health services are really broad ranging, and it is something we're doing a lot in this space to encourage more fathers to challenge those particular family structure gender roles. But yeah, I feel like it makes sense. I understand we need to bring people along, and I think this motion just is highlighting the fact that we need to continue that work in consulting and hopefully coming out with a name change at some point.
Councillor Bolton?
Yes, I initially supported the motion that Councillor Davidson first brought to the chamber about this. But I've sort of have been thinking about it. I mean, I think that it is a bit difficult because there is certainly the scenario that Councillor Wood talked about. But also I feel that, I do feel that the focus on the health of women who've given birth could be lost with just a generic name change. And I think I'd rather go for something a bit more middle ground, can't quite think of a form of words, which keeps the name but has some sort of broader, something sort of that tries to bridge the two elements. I'm not sufficiently happy with the motion, but I haven't really got quite an alternative form of words, because I think there are some important considerations on both sides. And I do feel that, if you just make it a generic family service, it's possible that, the focus on the health of women who've given birth could just be lost in amongst everything. So I'm a bit swayed by Councillor Carly Hannan's arguments, and I sort of feel as if I need a bit of a different motion to try and cover both bases.
Thank you, Councillor Bolton. Councillor Tapinas?
Yes, thank you. It is certainly an interesting debate, and one I'm enjoying listening to my fellow councillors express their views. If I can contribute to the debate, look, it would be nice if we actually had the proposed name in front of us, so we knew what was actually being proposed, because I do commend Councillor Davidson and her objective here in making parenting services more inclusive, and I think that is a great thing, to be more reflective of modern day Australian families, and to encourage all parents to participate in parenting of children and family support services that are offered. But last time we spoke about some consultation, and I've done my own consultation a little bit, and everyone I've spoken to in the sector is against the name change. And they have some genuine concerns about it, and they don't think it's necessary. I've asked officers what are exactly our services that we offer, and it's very clear that we offer health services to women after birth. We offer children's services for newborn babies, and we do offer parenting services. We offer all three, and they are intertwined in many ways. So I guess if it was just parenting services, I would be happy and see that those arguments that have been put forward for a name change are valid. But it's not just those services. There are very important health services to women and children. And for that reason, I think maternal and child health services should stay as a name. I would be happy to include something like parenting services or support services or family services in addition to that. But I certainly will not be supportive, and I don't think the sector would support a change of moving away from the word maternal and moving away from the word children's services.
Thank you, Councillor Tapanos.
I've got a suggested amendment.
Would you like to make the suggestion, Councillor Wald?
So I'd like to propose a possible way forward by amending point 1 to be works with stakeholders on broadening the promotion of the maternal and child health service to indicate that it is inclusive of all parents, particularly fathers and caregivers. Now, something like that could mean that there might be some slight change to the name to indicate it's maybe maternal and child health and other family members or other caregivers or something.
So is that right how it's written? Continue to work with on broadening.
Or just maybe work, I mean, I don't know if there's a continuation or if it's the beginning work, but it could be continues to work with key stakeholders on broadening the promotion of the maternal and child health service. So delete the question of the name.
Sorry, Councillor Bolton, the problem is that you've already spoken to the motion, and so it's too late to put the amendment because you've spoken to the motion.
Say that in the meeting procedure.
Yeah, it's just the advice that we've been given from governance.
We can give you the place that it is. Find it there.
Okay. Okay. Would you, so Councillor Davidson can close the debate though, because there were speakers against. Councillor Davidson, would you like to close the debate?
There's no further speakers.
Section 53. Thank you.
Is that part of it now or not?
No.
No.
It's not.
Because Councillor Bolton had already spoken to the motion,
just
so she
clarifying.
missed the opportunity to put the amendment. 53.2.
Section 53.2 of the local law.
Can I say a couple of words then, if that's before we close the debate?
Sure. Thank you, Councillor Afanley.
Thank you to the councillors for their contributions. I thought the debate was quite civil. It was good on both sides. Yeah, look, I'm very lucky. I've got two sisters that are going through this at the moment. One's just given birth recently, one is pregnant at the moment. So I'm learning a lot as I go. One thing that I'm learning is, you know, as soon as you leave the hospital, you get told now get in contact with your local maternal and child health nurse. And so I think that gives that person clarity. There are a lot of local councils, a very small number of hospitals, and unless there's clarity as to where women should go to, I'm concerned that some people may be confused as to who they need to go to if we change it to family and child health service, for example, whatever that may be. I think the word maternal creates clarity, and I'm just concerned about removing that in that process. I think that key word creates clarity for young mothers. So with that in mind, I appreciate the sentiment that Councillor Davidson has, but I would prefer to keep maternal in that title. So I'll be voting against.
Thank you, Councillor Afanley. Just before you get up, Councillor Davidson, I just want to clarify, 52.2 states no new matters may be raised in the right of reply. 53.2. An amendment may be proposed or seconded by any councillor except the mover and seconder of the original motion. And then 3. I just want to clarify this for you, Sue.
Yeah. Unusual meeting procedure.
Which we adopted.
I know, there's a lot of crazy things in it.
We could circulate the advice.
Yeah, let's circulate it.
Thank you. Okay, Councillor Davidson, sorry for the disruption.
So, for the councillors that have raised concern in relation to the potential name, the potential name that it would be called, there is no indication in the motion to remove the word maternal. So, the debate that's being focused around on that particular part isn't valid because there is no the motion doesn't contain any notion to remove the word maternal. It's asking for it to be more inclusive of fathers and caregivers. So the concern as well that I've heard is that the part about mothers and infants and the inclusion of them in the service, and then that seems to end there. It doesn't. The maternal child health services go long into the child's developmental years as well. They have a long relationship with the family. It doesn't just stop when the child starts walking or talking or whatever other milestone the child meets. It is a long relationship that these people have with the family. And in relation to the points about change, there has been a lot of change, and there has been a great deal of change that has done a lot of good for various services, for the courts that I work in, for other services that we are involved in, for community groups that we're involved in. Councillor, the Mayor, Natalie Abood, and I sit on the Status of Women Committee, and we've spoken to them in relation to this proposed motion. And what better time to bring about change than now, with this huge focus on changing those gendered stereotypes. We had a Royal Commission into Family Violence, and it really focuses on the nature of what stereotypes we place on children, ranging from their play activities through to how we speak to them. And this is part of that. So what's in a name? There is a lot in a name. And this is the right time to bring this change in, along with the whole other raft of changes that society is recognising that's so important. So I just want to end the debate by saying that parenting is not a gendered responsibility, and this name needs to reflect that.
Thank you, Councillor Davidson. I'll put this motion to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Declare that carried. Now, I need to ask for an extension of time because we're at, thank you, Councillor Riley, Councillor Martin, all those in favour? Against? Declare that carried. Notice of motion 6218, Christmas decorations. Councillor Davidson.
So something to move on to something much more light-hearted. So I'll just read the motion out. Sorry, I've just got to get it up on my phone if it's not already up on the screen.
We're just formalising that we've extended the meeting at 10:05.
That's the one. On the green bit.
Okay, there you go, Councillor Davidson. It's on the screen now.
Okay. So that Council receive a report prior to May 2019 detailing the amount of funds expended in each of the 3 activity centres on Christmas decorations in 2018. Compare these figures with the sums spent in each of the 3 of the activity centres of the previous 5 years, and itemise how much was spent in non-activity centres between 2012 and 2017. And D, an indication of the initial plans for Christmas decorations in 2019. And the bottom point can be incorporated into the first point by saying that Council receive a briefing and a report prior to May 2019. There was an amendment that was circulated with some help of officers. I'm not sure if you've received that. And if I have a seconder.
Councillor Kavanagh?
Yeah, so this is a motion calling for further detail and a briefing to councillors in relation to Christmas decorations. I've noticed them in our activity centres. They seem to be quite diminished at this point in time. The decorations used, my intention is for them to be able to be used for other festivals and cultural events as well, but also to retain those Christmas decorations that are traditional. And that was the intention of a motion that was put before council when we decided to focus Christmas decorations in activity centres instead of across the whole municipality. And I feel that the focus hasn't been as pronounced and traditional as that previous motion intended. So I'm trying to review where we've come from and see where we're going and how much the cost is.
I wonder if I could propose an amendment. Where it says D, an indication of the initial plans for Christmas decorations in 2019, can't we include something that asks the question about when else we would use the Christmas decorations? Would we hang Christmas decorations at Ramadan? You know, like what does that mean exactly?
Yeah,
I guess it's a
understand what you're
question
saying.
rather than...
So perhaps it could be rephrased to say something as plans for the Christmas decorations in 2019 and the multi-purpose use of various...
or something like what other times the decorations would be installed.
Yes, okay, yes.
Sorry about that, Sally. Thank you. Great. So
that's acceptable.
Yeah, and you just spoke to it, didn't you? Sorry,
yes.
Councillor Kavanagh.
Yep. Look, I'm glad Councillor Davidson's put up this motion. I must say, in all honesty, I am a bit disappointed with the Christmas decorations this year. And, I know that we're still investing a lot of money where it doesn't look like that at this point in time. So, I would like to have a bit of a look at that and see what we can do. And so I'm pleased to see this. I noticed even on the Good Karma Network Facebook page, started to have a conversation, and a lot of people were putting in, probably council hasn't got any money left, etc., all this sort of thing. But we are still putting in a large substantial money. And so I do think that we need to have a bit of a look and have a bit of a review of it. So I'm pleased to see this.
Thank you, Councillor Kavanagh. Are there any councillors that would like to speak against the motion?
Just a question.
Yes.
Just point C, Councillor Davidson. Point C, you've got there. Itemized how much was spent in the past on non-activity centres. Just clarify. Is your intention to reintroduce decorations in non-activity centres? What's your reasoning behind that one?
It's a comparative.
So you just want to know what the total budget was?
Yes, because the intention when we had them in non-activity centres, it was to.
Oh, okay, I'm cool.
Yeah.
If I can just... Oh, can I speak to this after making an amendment? Yes, great. Okay, so I think this is a bit of a complicated can of worms, and I'm going to support it, but there needs much more. This won't solve the problem of people putting posts on Facebook or doing and not showing up to Christmas carols, which is the best thing you can do at Christmas anyway. We have an issue which is about shops in the main drag don't put Christmas decorations in all of their shops, and that was one of the questions on the post, which needs to be addressed to the traders. We also have a situation with the bin wraps, which came up, which needs to be identified. Like, there's a lot more detail that I think needs to be brought out in whatever information we get about this, or it's just going to keep coming back like it has done year after year. So I just sort of wanted to make that observation, and I don't know when it'll be resolved, but I hope that this works, I guess. Are there any other councillors that would like to speak to the motion? So without any further debate, I'll put this to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Declare that carried.
And sorry, just to clarify, did you vote?
No, he's
in favour.
In favour, okay.
Okay. Notice of motion 6318, free green waste bins. Councillor Tapanos.
Thank you. Well, I'll move the recommendation. Well, I'll move my motion as listed in the agenda. Have a second? I'll speak.
I'll second that.
Would you like to speak to it, Councillor Tapanos?
Yes, I'm just trying to get it up. Sorry. Councillors,
Sounds great.
oh, is it? Okay. Councillors, I guess this is about giving something back to the community and in time for Christmas as well. But look, it is a financial issue from where it is a financial issue the way I see it. We talk about recycling, and we've had our waste strategy today. We talk about encouraging more sustainable and environmental sort of approaches. And I think one of the things we could do that could really make a difference in the community is to remove the fee, that $58 or so fee, for connecting to the green waste service. Now, I know that there's going to be a lot of discussion in the future about the rollout of organic and food waste, but that's not what this motion is about. We offer a green waste bin currently to our residents. They need to pay a one-off connection fee. What I am seeking is to remove that connection fee, to make it free, to encourage more people to get a bin and recycle. Yes, it's going to cost some money, and that's why I'm suggesting that it be referred to the budget process. But at the end of the day, if we really want to hit some of our targets, we've got to pay for some actions that are going to get all of the community into recycling. And this is one of those times. By providing a green waste bin free of charge, we remove that initial barrier, we connect more people to the service, and that's going to be great when the food organics come in, but it's great now for those people who can only put weeds and green waste in the bin. So, councillors, just to talk a little bit about the economics, we will get a report that details that more before the next budget process. But I spoke earlier about we are a council that is in really good financial position. We had our financial statements adopted today, and I think it said something like a $5 million, over $5 million result, better than budget. Fantastic, well done. We all deserve a round of applause, and the organisation does, for delivering such a great result. And we've delivered similar results in the past, and we are continuing to be prudent with our money, and we're continuing to be a well-resourced council. I know residents say we have some of the highest rates in Melbourne, and that's also true. And I know that our waste charge has also been going up. When it was first proposed 10 years ago, it was like $40. Now it's like $180 odd. Those figures are in the report. So look, it's about giving something back. It's about encouraging more people to get onto the service. I think we should support this, give that commitment to the community, and I think that we would reap economic benefits, but also environmental benefits from giving something back.
Thank you, Councillor Tapanos. Councillor Carly Hannon.
Okay, I rise to support this motion. I'm sure councillors will tell me that their green waste also magically disappears. But I've inherited a house from Italians, and I've got a veggie garden, a grapevine, and a lawn to mow, and often need it every week. Thank you.
I just have a couple of questions. I'm wondering, Councillor Tapanos, are you proposing that the people who have paid for their green waste bins get reimbursed?
No.
Thank you. And when you say recycle, do you mean...
Green waste.
You mean dispose of the green waste?
Yes.
Yeah, okay,
Recycle
so
green
not
waste.
recycle. Just to clarify, thanks. Are there any councillors who would like to speak against this motion? Councillor Martin?
I'm a little bit confused with this report, probably because it's what we're doing anyway. So I am a little confused as to why we need to be getting a report when we're already getting a report coming back that's going to look at this information. So it's probably a bit of a Dorothy Dixer for us. I'm perhaps wondering if there's an opportunity to include something along the lines of, as part of the FOGO report that's due back to council, or something along those lines, because at the moment we're already doing this work, and I don't see the point in getting officers to complete another report when we're already doing this. So
The FOGO report is going to talk...
Sorry, hang on a sec. Are you proposing an amendment?
I'm proposing an amendment that actually says, as part of the existing planned report to return to council,
I'll second that.
we explore this, in essence. Apologies.
Is that satisfactory, Councillor Tapanos?
If I see the wording, it may well be. I don't want it to get lost into a FAGO report, but if it is a distinct separate section that's given due consideration, then yes.
Yeah, and just to clarify, the report on the trial is going to be separate anyhow, isn't it? The FOGO. Sorry, thank you.
Yep, just through the mayor. Look, we could apply some of our own thinking as to how most efficiently we can present this information, whether it's one or two reports. If you include that it is part of a FOGO trial, we'll treat it as a separate section, and that's fine.
Perfect. Well, it's acceptable then.
Thank you, councillors. Are there any councillors who would like to speak against the motion? Councillor Cameron?
Yeah, I'm going to speak against. Only because I think actually our residents do very well. They pay $58 on a one-off, and often they have the bin for up to 15 years, and it's collected every period of time, and there's no problem whatsoever. There's no added fees for having the collection of the bin, as there are in other municipalities. I think it's a very fair thing. I also don't want to see, when things are given for nothing, then people then just use it as a bin around the house rather than use it for what it's supposed to be used for. I'm concerned about that. If we give out 20,000 bins and 2,000 people bother to put them out, for collection, that bothers me.
Thank you, Councillor Kavanagh. Are there any councillors that would like to speak in support of the motion? Against? I just want to flag that I won't be supporting the motion, mostly because I'm a bit concerned about the people who are not eligible with regard to people who live in flats and units and that sort of thing. And I think that it's a little bit too simple in terms of giving everybody who pays a waste levy a green bin. Doesn't really solve the problem of the FOGO stuff, and I'm a bit jumpy about it, so I'm not going to support it.
Close the matter.
You can, yeah.
Yep, okay, thank you. Now, I hear some of the concerns from Councillor Kavanagh and Mayor Abood, but I'm not suggesting in this motion that we just give everyone a bin right away. It is a service upon request. I think that is important. It's really seeking to remove that initial barrier, that initial fee, which I don't think generates a significant amount of revenue and is quite contrary to our policies and our objectives of what we want to achieve by providing a disincentive to get onto the service. So I think it is good policy. Of course, it will be considered as part of the budget process and as part of the FOGO trial, and a collective decision will be made on all of these matters at that stage. However, I do think it is important to have this adopted tonight, to put it on the agenda, to let the community know that we do want to increase our green waste services, and we are removing a financial barrier that existed to access the service. We're removing that. We're doing the right thing. We are giving back, and I think that's important. And just to know, because yes, our community does do well, but they are paying for this. They are paying for this because the waste service charge back in 2008, 2009, when I was first elected to council, was $40. The waste service charge in 2018, 2019 is $175.14. They are paying for it. Why are we hitting them twice? So I hope we can get this up and give something back.
Thank you, Councillor Tapanos. I'd like to put that to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Declare that carried. Okay, so that concludes our notices of motion. There are no notices of rescission, so I would like to move on to foreshadowed items. Councillors, do you have any items that you would like to foreshadow that may be the subject of a notice of motion at the next council meeting? Councillor Kavanagh?
Yes, I have one. I was contacted by the organisers of Serenading Adela, and informed that they've missed out on a Creative Victoria grant, and so the dates that we had early on, which had allocated to them, will probably not be achievable, which was early April. Unfortunately, I was notified after notice of motion were things, so I let them know that I'd be moving a motion at the following council meeting to try and adjust that to free up April and to give them dates later on in the year that it's more achievable. So it was quite funny that Nancy, when she contacted me, said she was just trying to be kind to me because it was during the election period, but she should have been more ruthless and letting me know early.
Thank you, Councillor Kavanagh. Are there any other councillors that would like to foreshadow any motions for the future? That concludes our foreshadowed items, and we have no urgent business items, and would like to move on to the confidential business section of the agenda. So I will close the meeting to the public. Thank you all for attending. I need a motion from Councillor Kavanagh, seconded by Councillor Davidson. All those in favour? Against? Declare that carried.
So I've just looked up the bit on moving an amendment.
Just a minute. I declare the council meeting closed to the public at 10:20. I'd like to thank the gallery attendees and also thank those watching on live streaming for your interest in council matters. 10:25, sorry. And respectfully request that the public kindly leave the council chamber, and I wish you all a good night.
Are we coming back tomorrow, do you reckon?
No.
No.
Hi everyone, I'm Councillor Natalie Aboud, the Mayor of the City of Moreland. I've lived in Moreland for the last 13 years or so. I'm raising 3 little boys with my husband and spend a lot of time outdoors in the local parklands. I've always been someone who's had a great interest about what's going on around me. So it sort of was a natural thing for me to put my hand up and run for council. I love the fact that you can get so heavily involved in community projects and there's lots of really active people in the community. I really love the diversity of this city. I find it fascinating that you can be alongside the creek and feel like you could be anywhere from Warrandyte to the Otways. But then you can be in a boutique looking at locally designed clothes or eating some incredible food from pretty much anywhere in the world. I'm really looking forward to developing easier ways for people to get across the city. We really need to make sure that we keep a handle on the way we manage growth, development, transport or waste. We need to make sure that life in the city gets better for the people who live here, and I do feel like it has been. We need to keep a handle on what's happening and make sure needs are being met.
I'm Jan, I live in Brunswick East and I've used Positive Charge to help me find someone to draft-proof my house. Positive Charge have been fantastic. They put me in touch with the company. I asked them to do initially the doors. Later I got them to come back and do the caulking of every gap in the house. I think it's really important to have draft-proofing done because it's one of the major ways that we lose heat from houses. I save on my gas heating, so that benefits me financially, and it's much more comfortable not having any drafts in the house. I would definitely recommend others getting it done, and in fact both of my daughters have had it done through Positive Charge at their houses and they're very happy with it.
So the Eco House was a normal suburban house. It was going to be demolished, but instead we moved it to series, and now people can visit and find out how to make their lives more sustainably. So recently we renovated the Eco House to be fully electrical. By being entirely electrical, we can power our whole house with solar power and other forms of renewable power. We've installed heat pumps for heating and cooling. We've got a lot of really good insulation and a new electric car. We've got really good seals around all the doors and windows, rainwater collection for our garden, a battery to store solar power, If you don't have the capacity to install solar yourself, like you're a renter or you don't have the right kind of roof space, you can still be renewably powered. All you have to do is make sure that when you buy electricity from your power company, that you're buying renewable electricity.
Moorlanders, we know you've had enough of dump rubbish. It's messy, disruptive, unsafe, and it's illegal. Yes, dumping rubbish is illegal. Last year it cost Moreland more than $1 million to pick up illegally dumped rubbish. We're using up your money and our resources every time we pick up this garbage. It's the duty of every good citizen of Moreland to report rubbish dumpers. Let us know if you see anything suspicious. Send us a photo, a registration number, or a physical description of the villain. Every small piece of information can contribute to bringing justice to our city. And as for the dumpers, know this. With the help of our community, we will find you and we will prosecute you.
The community services in Glenroy are overstretched. My sleepy little town just became a city overnight, so that's frightening.
Money rains from the sky above, but keep the change 'cause I got enough.
My husband and I have lived here for 16 years and raised 2 children here. Started with the health and community nurse. Been associated with the Glenroy Football Club since Reggie was little. The Glenroy Library has been a big part of my life. I've been there since Jimmy was little. You know, he'd go for the singing songs. Unbelievably, I did have some success in Europe after being a singer here in Australia for probably 30 years. The song that I'd sung on 9 years ago was remixed by a French boy. It went #1 all over the world. I like Glenroy. I have everything I need here. I'm 7 minutes from the airport. The city's right there. I've got a park around the corner. I love the people at the bakery. It's a lovely community and I'm happy here. So in 5 years, the population of Glenroy is set to increase by 10%. I'm already feeling the effects of that increase. When I first moved here, there was 4 houses across the road, but now there's 17 units. There's so many families here that I've never seen, I've never met, and it would be nice if we saw each other at a community hub. That would be a lovely thing.
My name's Alex and I'm the owner of Handsome Her Cafe here in Brunswick Moorland. We wanted to first and foremost have a cafe that was going to centre women and other marginalised groups. We have a few house rules. Women have priority seating. The second one is that men are asked if they would like to pay a premium, which at the moment is 15%, which is reflective of the gender pay gap, and that is always donated to a women's charity. We want to try and reduce our waste as much as possible, so when customers come in and want to get a takeaway, they can borrow one of the mugs off the emergency mug box. It's really a place for people in the community to come together, to talk to each other and to spur some action. I'm so passionate about the community in Moorland. I believe that real change happens at the grassroots level and at the local level. For these Moorland Awards, I encourage you to nominate inspirational women in the community. We all know incredible women who are doing great things, and it's time to bring them into the limelight.
Hi everyone, I'm Councillor Natalie Aboud, the Mayor of the City of Moorland. I've lived in Moorland for the last 13 years or so. I'm raising 3 little boys with my husband and spend a lot of time outdoors in the local parklands. I've always been someone who's had a great interest about what's going on around me. So it sort of was a natural thing for me to put my hand up and run for council. I love the fact that you can get so heavily involved in community projects and there's lots of really active people in the community. I really love the diversity of this city. I find it fascinating that you can be alongside the creek and feel like you could be anywhere from Warrandyte to the Otways. But then you can be in a boutique looking at locally designed clothes or eating some incredible food from pretty much anywhere in the world. I'm really looking forward to developing easier ways for people to get across the city. We really need to make sure that we keep a handle on the way we manage growth, development, transport or waste. We need to make sure that life in the city gets better for the people who live here, and I do feel like it has been. We need to keep a handle on what's happening and make sure needs are being met.
Jan. I live in Brunswick East and I've used Positive Charge to help me find someone to draft-proof my house. Positive Charge have been fantastic. They put me in touch with the company. I asked them to do initially the doors. Later I got them to come back and do the caulking of every gap in the house. I think it's really important to have draft-proofing done because it's one of the major ways that we lose heat from houses. I save on my gas heating, so that benefits me financially, and it's much more comfortable not having any drafts in the house. I would definitely recommend others getting it done, and in fact both of my daughters have had it done through Positive Charge at their houses and they're very happy with it.
So the Eco House was a normal suburban house. It was going to be demolished, but instead we moved it to series, and now people can visit and find out how to make their lives more sustainably. So recently we renovated the Eco House to be fully electrical. By being entirely electrical, we can power our whole house with solar power and other forms of renewable power. We've installed heat pumps for heating and cooling. We've got a lot of really good insulation and a new electric car. We've got really good seals around all the doors and windows, rainwater collection for our garden, a battery to store solar power. If you don't have the capacity to install solar yourself, like you're a renter or you don't have the right kind of roof space, you can still be renewably powered. All you have to do is make sure that when you buy electricity from your power company, that you're buying renewable electricity.
Moorlanders, we know you've had enough of dump rubbish. It's messy, disruptive, unsafe, and it's illegal. Yes, dumping rubbish is illegal. Last year it cost more than $1 million to pick up illegally dumped rubbish. We are using up your money and our resources every time we pick up this garbage. It's the duty of every good citizen of Moreland to report rubbish dumpers. Let us know if you see anything suspicious. Send us a photo, a registration number, or a physical description of the villain. Every small piece of information can contribute to bringing justice to our city. And as for the dumpers, know this. With the help of our community, we will find you and we will prosecute you.
The community services in Glenroy are overstretched. My sleepy little town just became a city overnight, so that's frightening.
Money rains from the sky above, but keep the change 'cause I got enough.
My husband and I have lived here for 16 years and raised 2 children here. Started with the health and community nurse. Been associated with the Glenroy Football Club since Reggie was little. The Glenroy Library has been a big part of my life. I've been there since Jimmy was little. You know, he'd go for the singing songs. Unbelievably, I did have some success in Europe. After being a singer here in Australia for probably 30 years, the song that I'd sung on 9 years ago was remixed by a French boy. It went #1 all over the world. I like Glenroy. I have everything I need here. I'm 7 minutes from the airport. The city's right there. I've got a park around the corner. I love the people at the bakery. It's a lovely community and I'm happy here. So in 5 years, the population of Glenroy is set to increase by 10%. I'm already feeling the effects of that increase. When I first moved here, there was 4 houses across the road, but now there's 17 units. There's so many families here that I've never seen, I've never met, and it would be nice if we saw each other at a community hub. That would be a lovely thing.
My name's Alex and I'm the owner of Handsome Her Cafe here in Brunswick, Moreland. We wanted to first and foremost have a cafe that was going to centre women and other marginalised groups. We have a few house rules. Women have priority seating. The second one is that men are asked if they would like to pay a premium, which at the moment is 15%, which is reflective of the gender pay gap, and that is always donated to a women's charity. We want to try and reduce our waste as much as possible, so when customers come in and want to get a takeaway, they can borrow one of the mugs off the emergency mug box. It's really a place for people in the community to come together, to talk to each other and to spur some action. I'm so passionate about the community in Moreland. I believe that real change happens at the grassroots level and at the local level. For these Moreland Awards, I encourage you to nominate inspirational women in the community. We all know incredible women who are doing great things, and it's time to bring them into the limelight.
Hi everyone. everyone. I'm Councillor Natalie Aboud, the Mayor of the City of Moreland. I've lived in Moreland for the last 13 years or so. I'm raising 3 little boys with my husband and spend a lot of time outdoors in the local parklands. I've always been someone who's had a great interest about what's going on around me. So it sort of was a natural thing for me to put my hand up and run for council. I love the fact that you can get so heavily involved in community projects and there's lots of really active people in the community. I really love the diversity of this city. I find it fascinating that you can be alongside the creek and feel like you could be anywhere from Warrandyte to the Otways. But then you can be in a boutique looking at locally designed clothes or eating some incredible food from pretty much anywhere in the world. I'm really looking forward to developing easier ways for people to get across the city. We really need to make sure that we keep a handle on the way we manage growth, development, transport or waste. We need to make sure that life in the city gets better for the people who live here, and I do feel like it has been. We need to keep a handle on what's happening and make sure needs are being met.
I'm Jan, I live in Brunswick East, and I've used Positive Charge to help me find someone to draft-proof my house. Positive Charge have been fantastic. They put me in touch with the company. I asked them to do initially the doors. Later I got them to come back and do the caulking of every gap in the house. I think it's really important to have draft-proofing done because it's one of the major ways that we lose heat from houses. I save on my gas heating, so that benefits me financially, and it's much more comfortable not having any drafts in the house. I would definitely recommend others getting it done, and in fact both of my daughters have had it done through Positive Charge at their houses and they're very happy with it.
So the Eco House was a normal suburban house. It was going to be demolished, but instead we moved it to series, and now people can visit and find out how to make their lives more sustainably. So recently we renovated the Eco House to be fully electrical. By being entirely electrical, we can power our whole house with solar power and other forms of renewable power. We've installed heat pumps for heating and cooling. We've got a lot of really good insulation and a new electric car. We've got really good seals around all the doors and windows, rainwater collection for our garden, a battery to store solar power. If you don't have the capacity to install solar yourself, like you're a renter or you don't have the right kind of roof space, you can still be renewably powered. All you have to do is make sure that when you buy electricity from your power company, that you're buying renewable electricity.
Morelanders, we know you've had enough of dump rubbish. It's messy, disruptive, unsafe, and it's illegal. Yes, dumping rubbish is illegal. Last year it cost more than $1 million to pick up illegally dumped rubbish. We're using up your money and our resources every time we pick up this garbage. It's the duty of every good citizen of Moreland to report rubbish dumpers. Let us know if you see anything suspicious. Send us a photo, a registration number, or a physical description of the villain. Every small piece of information can contribute to bringing justice to our city. And as for the dumpers, know this. With the help of our community, we will find you and we will prosecute you.
The community services in Glenroy are overstretched. My sleepy little town just became a city overnight, so that's frightening.
Money rains from the sky above, but keep the change 'cause I got enough.
My husband and I have lived here for 16 years and raised 2 children here. Started with the health and community nurse. Been associated with the Glenroy Football Club since Reggie was little. The Glenroy Library has been a big part of my life. I've been there since Jimmy was little. You know, he'd go for the singing songs. Unbelievably, I did have some success in Europe. After being a singer here in Australia for probably 30 years, the song that I'd sung on 9 years ago was remixed by a French boy. It went #1 all over the world. I like Glenroy. I have everything I need here. I'm 7 minutes from the airport. The city's right there. I've got a park around the corner. I love the people at the bakery. It's a lovely community and I'm happy here. So in 5 years, the population of Glenroy is set to increase by 10%. I'm already feeling the effects of that increase. When I first moved here, there was 4 houses across the road, but now there's 17 units. There's so many families here that I've never seen, I've never met, and it would be nice if we saw each other at a community hub. That would be a lovely thing.
My name's Alex and I'm the owner of Handsome Her Cafe here in Brunswick Moorland. We wanted to first and foremost have a cafe that was going to centre women and other marginalised groups. We have a few house rules. Women have priority seating. The second one is that men are asked if they would like to pay a premium, which at the moment is 15%, which is reflective of the gender pay gap, and that is always donated to a women's charity. We want to try and reduce our waste as much as possible, so when customers come in and want to get a takeaway, they can borrow one of the mugs off the emergency mug box. It's really a place for people in the community to come together, to talk to each other and to spur some action. So passionate about the community in Moorland. I believe that real change happens at the grassroots level and at the local level. For these Moorland Awards, I encourage you to nominate inspirational women in the community. We all know incredible women who are doing great things, and it's time to bring them into the limelight.
Hi everyone, I'm Councillor Natalie Abood, the Mayor of the City of Moorland. I've lived in Moorland for the last 13 years or so. I'm raising 3 little boys with my husband and spend a lot of time outdoors in the local parklands. I've always been someone who's had a great interest about what's going on around me. So it sort of was a natural thing for me to put my hand up and run for council. I love the fact that you can get so heavily involved in community projects and there's lots of really active people in the community. I really love the diversity of this city. I find it fascinating that you can be alongside the creek and feel like you could be anywhere from Warrandyte to the Otways. But then you can be in a boutique looking at locally designed clothes or eating some incredible food from pretty much anywhere in the world. I'm really looking forward to developing easier ways for people to get across the city. We really need to make sure that we keep a handle on the way we manage growth, development, transport or waste. We need to make sure that life in the city gets better for the people who live here, and I do feel like it has been. We need to keep a handle on what's happening and make sure needs are being met.
I'm Jan, I live in Brunswick East, and I've used Positive Charge to help me find someone to draft-proof my house. Positive Charge have been fantastic. They put me in touch with the company. I asked them to do initially the doors. Later I got them to come back and do the caulking of every gap in the house. I think it's really important to have draft-proofing done because it's one of the major ways that we lose heat from houses. I save on my gas heating, so that benefits me financially, and it's much more comfortable not having any drafts in the house. I would definitely recommend others getting it done, and in fact both of my daughters have had it done through Positive Charge at their houses and they're very happy with it.
So the Eco House was a normal suburban house. It was going to be demolished, but instead we moved it to series, and now people can visit and find out how to make their lives more sustainably. So recently we renovated the Eco House to be fully electrical. By being entirely electrical, we can power our whole house with solar power and other forms of renewable power. We've installed heat pumps for heating and cooling. We've got a lot of really good insulation and a new electric car. We've got really good seals around all the doors and windows, rainwater collection for our garden, a battery to store solar power. If you don't have the capacity to install solar yourself, like you're a renter or you don't have the right kind of roof space, you can still be renewably powered. All you have to do is make sure that when you buy electricity from your power company, that you're buying renewable electricity.
Moorlanders, we know you've had enough of dump rubbish. It's messy, disruptive, unsafe, and it's illegal. Yes, dumping rubbish is illegal. Last year it cost more than $1 million to pick up illegally dumped rubbish. We're using up your money and our resources every time we pick up this garbage. It's the duty of every good citizen of Moreland to report rubbish dumpers. Let us know if you see anything suspicious. Send us a photo, a registration number, or a physical description of the villain. Every small piece of information can contribute to bringing justice to our city. And as for the dumpers, know this. With the help of our community, we will find you and we will prosecute you.
The community services in Glenroy are overstretched. My sleepy little town just became a city overnight, so that's frightening.
Money rains from the sky above, but keep the change 'cause I got enough.
My husband and I have lived here for 16 years and raised 2 children here. Started with the health and community nurse. Been associated with the Glenroy Football Club since Reggie was little. The Glenroy Library has been a big part of my life. I've been there since Jimmy was little. You know, he'd go for the singing songs. Unbelievably, I did have some success in Europe after being a singer here in Australia for probably 30 years. The song that I'd sung on 9 years ago was remixed by a French boy. It went #1 all over the world. I like Glenroy. I have everything I need here. I'm 7 minutes from the airport. The city's right there. I've got a park around the corner. I love the people at the bakery. It's a lovely community and I'm happy here. So in 5 years, the population of Glenroy is set to increase by 10%. I'm already feeling the effects of that increase. When I first moved here, there was 4 houses across the road, but now there's 17 units. There's so many families here that I've never seen, I've never met, and it would be nice if we saw each other at a community hub. That would be a lovely thing.
My name's Alex and I'm the owner of Handsome Her Cafe here in Brunswick Moorland. We wanted to first and foremost have a cafe that was going to centre women and other marginalised groups. We have a few house rules. Women have priority seating. The second one is that men are asked if they would like to pay a premium, which at the moment is 15%, which is reflective of the gender pay gap, and that is always donated to a women's charity. We want to try and reduce our waste as much as possible, so when customers come in and want to get a takeaway, they can borrow one of the mugs off the emergency mug box. It's really a place for people in the community to come together, to talk to each other and to spur some action. So passionate about the community in Moorland. I believe that real change happens at the grassroots level and at the local level. For these Moorland Awards, I encourage you to nominate inspirational women in the community. We all know incredible women who are doing great things, and it's time to bring them into the limelight.
Hi everyone, I'm Councillor Natalie Abood, the Mayor of the City of Moorland. I've lived in Moorland for the last 13 years or so. I'm raising 3 little boys with my husband and spend a lot of time outdoors in the local parklands. I've always been someone who's had a great interest about what's going on around me, so it sort of was a natural thing for me to put my hand up and run for council. I love the fact that you can get so heavily involved in community projects and there's lots of really active people in the community. I really love the diversity of this city. I find it fascinating that you can be alongside the creek and feel like you could be anywhere from Warrandyte to the Otways. But then you can be in a boutique looking at locally designed clothes or eating some incredible food from pretty much anywhere in the world. I'm really looking forward to developing easier ways for people to get across the city. We really need to make sure that we keep a handle on the way we manage growth, development, transport or waste. We need to make sure that life in the city gets better for the people who live here, and I do feel like it has been. We need to keep a handle on what's happening and make sure needs are being met.
I'm Jan. I live in Brunswick East and I've used Positive Charge to help me find someone to draft-proof my house. Positive Charge have been fantastic. They put me in touch with the company. I asked them to do initially the doors. Later I got them to come back and do the caulking of every gap in the house. I think it's really important to have draft-proofing done because it's one of the major ways that we lose heat from houses. I save on my gas heating, so that benefits me financially, and it's much more comfortable not having any drafts in the house. I would definitely recommend others getting it done, and in fact both of my daughters have had it done through Positive Charge at their houses and they're very happy with it.
So the Eco House was a normal suburban house. It was going to be demolished, but instead we moved it to series, and now people can visit and find out how to make their lives more sustainably. So recently we renovated the Eco House to be fully electrical. By being entirely electrical, we can power our whole house with solar power and other forms of renewable power. We've installed heat pumps for heating and cooling. We've got a lot of really good insulation and a new electric car. We've got really good seals around all the doors and windows, rainwater collection for our garden, a battery to store solar power. If you don't have the capacity to install solar yourself, like you're a renter or you don't have the right kind of roof space, you can still be renewably powered. All you have to do is make sure that when you buy electricity from your power company, that you're buying renewable electricity.
Moorlanders, we know you've had enough of dump rubbish. It's messy, disruptive, unsafe, and it's illegal. Yes, dumping rubbish is illegal. Last year it cost more than $1 million to pick up illegally dumped rubbish. We're using up your money and our resources every time we pick up this garbage. It's the duty of every good citizen of Moreland to report rubbish dumpers. Let us know if you see anything suspicious. Send us a photo, a registration number, or a physical description of the villain. Every small piece of information can contribute to bringing justice to our city. And as for the dumpers, know this. With the help of our community, we will find you and we will prosecute you.
The community services in Glenroy are overstretched. My sleepy little town just became a city overnight, so that's frightening.
Money rains from the sky above, but keep the change 'cause I got enough.
My husband and I have lived here for 16 years and raised 2 children here. Started with the health and community nurse. Been associated with the Glenroy Football Club since Reggie was little. The Glenroy Library has been a big part of my life. I've been there since Jimmy was little. You know, he'd go for the singing songs. Unbelievably, I did have some success in Europe after being a singer here in Australia for probably 30 years. The song that I'd sung on 9 years ago was remixed by a French boy. It went #1 all over the world. I like Glenroy. I have everything I need here. I'm 7 minutes from the airport. The city's right there. I've got a park around the corner. I love the people at the bakery. It's a lovely community and I'm happy here. So in 5 years, the population of Glenroy is set to increase by 10%. I'm already feeling the effects of that increase. When I first moved here, there was 4 houses across the road, but now there's 17 units. There's so many families here that I've never seen, I've never met, and it would be nice if we saw each other at a community hub. That would be a lovely thing.
My name's Alex and I'm the owner of Handsome Her Cafe here in Brunswick Moorland. We wanted to first and foremost have a cafe that was going to centre women and other marginalised groups. We have a few house rules. Women have priority seating. The second one is that men are asked if they would like to pay a premium, which at the moment is 15%, which is reflective of the gender pay gap, and that is always donated to a women's charity. We want to try and reduce our waste as much as possible, so when customers come in and want to get a takeaway, they can borrow one of the mugs off the emergency mug vault. It's really a place for people in the community to come together, to talk to each other and to spur some action. So passionate about the community in Moorland. I believe that real change happens at the grassroots level and at the local level. For these Moorland Awards, I encourage you to nominate inspirational women in the community. We all know incredible women who are doing great things, and it's time to bring them into the limelight.
Hi everyone, I'm Councillor Natalie Aboud, the Mayor of the City of Moreland. I've lived in Moreland for the last 13 years or so. I'm raising 3 little boys with my husband and spend a lot of time outdoors in the local parklands. I've always been someone who's had a great interest about what's going on around me, so it sort of was a natural thing for me to put my hand up and run for council. I love the fact that you can get so heavily involved in community projects and there's lots of really active people in the community. I really love the diversity of this city. I find it fascinating that you can be alongside the creek and feel like you could be anywhere from Warrandyte to the Otways. But then you can be in a boutique looking at locally designed clothes or eating some incredible food from pretty much anywhere in the world. I'm really looking forward to developing easier ways for people to get across the city. We really need to make sure that we keep a handle on the way we manage growth, development, transport or waste. We need to make sure that life in the city gets better for the people who live here, and I do feel like it has been. We need to keep a handle on what's happening and make sure needs are being met.